Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Shivers Horror Stories. I know many of you enjoy these videos to help you fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd really appreciate it if you could leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're listening from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. The Stalker in My Neighborhood. I always felt safe in my small, tight-knit community. A serene little haven nestled between rolling hills and thick woods, where neighbors swapped greetings. Like currency, and kids played until dusk painted the skies in hues of orange and purple. Everyone knew everyone, or at least we thought we did. Until that day, when the air thickened with an unfamiliar tension, and normalcy frayed the edges. One brisk autumn morning, Dawn Lawson, my gregarious next-door neighbor, didn't show up for coffee at the local diner. A ritual she never missed. Her absence rattled me, a shiver running down my spine as I opened the door to her place. A chilling silence enveloped her yard, and the ground lay littered with the brittle remains of summer flowers. I knocked on her door, the sound echoing like a gunshot in a quiet neighborhood. No response. "Dawn?" I called out, my throat tightening. Only the mocking silence filled my ears. The police arrived later that day, their blue lights painting the street with urgency. They knocked, called her name, and eventually forced the door open when the smell of something rotting wafted out. I stood there, my heart a hammer pounding in my chest as they scoured her home, unearthing secrets best left buried. Weeks stretched on in a fog of uncertainty as search parties combed the woods, but Dawn remained elusive, swallowed whole by the earth. The community rallied together. Neighbors offering support, a casserole here, a coffee there. But with Dawn gone, the air felt suffocating. A dark blanket draped over our quaint charade. Then I met him. He showed up the day after the police left. A strange man, tall, with lank black hair that hung in scraggly strands over his forehead. His clothes were a patchwork of stains and rips. It resembled a homeless, weary traveler, yet there was a sinister tilt to his presence. He lurked around the edges of Dawn's home, circling it like a predator sizing up its prey. At first, I thought he must be a family member, perhaps a brother or a desperate friend searching for answers. But every day grew worse. I would open the curtains and find him standing by her porch, his posture rigid and eyes unblinking, scanning the surroundings as if he were waiting for something, or someone. Fueled by curiosity mingled with fear, I began to document his movements. I kept my notebook folded snugly in my front pocket, noting the times he appeared, the direction he faced, and the way his long fingers traced the dimples of the porch railing. I wasn't simply being nosy. I was engulfed by a sense of duty. Someone had to keep watch. One late evening, as twilight cast shadows long and thin, I observed him from my kitchen window. My heart racing as his figure blurred against the fading light. I ducked behind the curtains, my breath slow and deliberate, hoping he wouldn't feel my gaze seeping through the fabric. And there it was. Something in my gut twisted painfully, whispering a deep-seated warning. The following days turned into a haunting rhythm. He climbed the tree in Dawn's yard, the same sturdy oak we played under as children, its color vibrant with the dying season. His movements were erratic. Sometimes he would stand there for hours, looking through her window with those glassy, unblinking eyes. I could almost feel the sinister thought trailing behind him, a silent question reverberating in the late evenings. Where is Dawn? I reported him to the police, of course, but with nothing concrete. They brushed off my concerns. It's likely he's just a concerned friend. One officer had said, his tone curt, leaving me feeling foolish. They had no idea that I watched him revel in the darkness, devouring the quiet like a feast. It was a Friday night when I realized I'd wedged myself too deep into this morbid fascination. I was no longer a mere witness, but a participant in this twisted dance. He was out there, and I felt compelled to do something more. Armed with my phone and a flashlight, I decided to approach him, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged animal. Emerging onto the street, I saw him hunched over, his fingers caressing the base of the porch steps. And though fear gripped me, I stepped forward, lighting up the soft terrain beneath my feet. "Who are you?" I called, my voice shaking, the tremors echoing off the nearby trees. He froze, a marionette caught mid-performance before looking over his shoulder, exposing a face distorted by shadows. "What are you doing here?" he replied, his voice like gravel caught in a storm. "I live next door," I said, my composure cracking. "I'm trying to find out what happened to Dawn." A silence stretched between us, thick and pregnant with implications. "She was never meant to be found," he whispered, his gaze piercing. "You don't know what you're asking for." A shiver darted down my spine. I pivoted, wanting to flee. The ground beneath felt like quicksand, pulling me deeper into the unknown. In a rush, he lunged forward, closing the distance with a speed that frazzled my nerves. "You think you know what happened?" he growled, his voice shifting from gravel to ice. "You have no idea." I stumbled back and turned to run, my breath hitching. But there was something sinister in his lopsided grin, a triumph that sent waves of fear flooding through me. The night swallowed me as I bolted, leaving him standing, a dark silhouette becoming one with the shadows. I hardly slept that night. Paranoia seeped into my every thought. Every creak of my house felt like a sinister hand reaching out. And shadows danced at the edges of my vision, whispering secrets I couldn't understand. Dawn had vanished, and I was now entangled in whatever dark web had ensnared her. Days turned to weeks, and the strange man haunted my thoughts, his words echoing like a terrible prophecy. The police had given up, but I wouldn't, allow myself to let this mystery slip into silence. I crept out under the cover of the moonlight one night, clutching my notebook. My plan was simple. I would confront him again, demand answers, and unearth the dark truth lingering near the roots of my peaceful neighborhood. My heart raced as I made my way toward Dawn's house. The tall grass brushed against my legs. Each stalk felt like a whisper, urging me to turn back. But I pressed on, edging toward the unknown that awaited. As I rounded the corner where the porch light flickered and strained against the encroaching darkness, I saw him. He was there, standing, no longer the abstract shadow haunting me, but solid in the light of the lamp. A feral creature poised to pounce upon her prey. Stepping forward, I cleared my throat, my voice trembling slightly. "What happened to Dawn?" The atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavier, choking me with dread, as he broke into a twisted smile, revealing teeth too jagged to be human. "You should have turned back when you had the chance." Before I could react, he rushed toward me, adrenaline stealing my breath as I turned to run. I raced down the street, the cries of the night enveloping me. The woods loomed on either side, a dense blackness where secrets lay buried, and my heart thundered. Was I now just another missing person, doomed to disappear? I burst into my house, slamming the door and locking it tight, breaths coming out in desperate gasps. I turned every light on, every shadow feeling like a specter lurking just outside my window. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, as if that disheveled specter lingered too close, having drawn the invisible lines that kept me tethered to this unsolved mystery. In the days to follow, the police would receive another tip. The strange man had been spotted again, lurking near the woods, but his identity would forever remain unknown. The fear returning. I sat clutching my notebook, pen trembling, relentless thoughts crowding my mind. each stroke writing a script of dread. Weeks turned to months, and the thrill of the hunt dwindled amidst the embers of loss. But one truth had become crystal clear. In the shadows of my safe little neighborhood, darkness thrived and hid secrets of neighbors lost, and the very real threat that peace is but an illusion, shattered by the dark dance of the stalker I once thought was a figment of my imagination. The thrill of documenting the strange man continued, even as the fear twisted slowly within me. The house where Dawn once lived stood a constant reminder of our reality, one where I had become the watcher, an uneasy caretaker of a community fractured by silence. What had begun as a question was just the beginning of a much darker tale. Story 2. The wrong text message. It was one of those chill evenings in October, when the leaves crunched beneath the footfalls of revelers gathering for Halloween. The gentle glow of jack-o'-lanterns flickered against darkened porch steps, and the smell of burning wood wafted through the air, reminiscent of 1,000 childhoods lost to time. As the clock struck midnight, I settled into my small, dimly lit apartment, the only company I had being a half-empty bottle of wine and the warm glow of my phone screen. That's when Jenny's name flashed across my screen. Jenny, my best friend from elementary school, had texted me out of the blue. I hadn't spoken to her in years, and a wave of nostalgia washed over me as I thumbed open the message. Hey, it's been forever. How have you been? We fell into a late-night conversation, skating over memories and catching up on the years apart with ease. I chuckled as she recounted awkward stories from our adolescent years. But the lighthearted banter took a sharp turn when her next message popped up. Viti tatua. Can you keep a secret? Curiosity piqued. I hesitated for a moment before replying. Of course. What's going on? The ellipses danced for a moment before her message illuminated my screen. I messed up. I texted him when I promised I wouldn't. He's been trying to find me. I think he's coming for me, Laura. My heartbeat quickened. The conversation felt transformed. What had begun as benign chit-chat now crackled with an unseen tension. Who? I typed, my fingers trembling slightly over the keys. Another pause. This time, the ellipses seemed to drum anxiously against the screen. No one important. Just, don't answer. He'll know if you do. Every hair on the back of my neck stood to attention. Something about the dread in her words sent shivers down my spine. Jenny, is everything all right? What do you mean, hell no? Suddenly, I received another text. But it wasn't from Jenny. It was from an unknown number. A simple note. Stay away from her. My breath hitched in my throat, and the words pulsed like a heartbeat in my mind. Swallowed by a vortex of confusion and fear, I glanced around my apartment. The shadows seemed deeper, the corners darker. I could have sworn I saw something lurking, but when I turned my head, there was nothing there. Jenny, who's the guy? I fired back, my fingers lighting up the screen like a beacon. The response came quick. Can't talk about it. Just please don't get involved. I'll figure it out. Each message bounced off the walls of my mind, echoing louder than the last. Just as I considered putting my phone down and trying to sleep, another message lit up the screen, this time accompanied by a photo. It was dark, taken from what looked like a dilapidated alleyway, littered with debris and an unmistakably faceless figure standing in the shadows. I jumped back, the wine bottle clattering to the floor and shattering. As I knelt to pick up the shards, I couldn't shake the cold sensation creeping up my spine, forcing its way into my heart. What had Jenny gotten herself into? Laura, I'm scared. Startling me from my thoughts. He's not going to stop until he gets what he wants. Get what? Jenny, please. but the silence that followed was deafening. I rose, feeling the heavy blanket of dread wrapped tightly around me. I ran to the front window, peering through the glass, half expecting to see the faceless figure outside. Nothing. Just the quiet of the empty street and the faint rustle of leaves. The world seemed blissfully oblivious to my pounding heart. As the minutes crawled by with excruciating slowness, I felt something brush against my leg. A gentle, chilling breeze, almost like a touch. I turned, but there was nothing there, just shadows thickening against the walls of my dimly lit apartment. I swallowed hard, rationalizing that perhaps I was just tired. But Jenny's words haunted me. How could I leave her alone? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, my phone buzzed again. It was Jenny. I can't stay here. I need to go. If I don't reach out soon, just know I love you. Lock your doors. What do you mean, love you? Where are you going? I typed frantically, each message a plea against the creeping terror overpowering me. But there was no response. Half out of my mind with worry, I wrenched open my front door, pulling the cold night air into my lungs and letting the scent of fading autumn fill my senses. Something was wrong. Feeling like a puppet on strings, I trekked down the staircase of my building, pushing open the heavy outer door and stepping into the icy streets. I began walking, my phone clutched in my hand, as if it could ward away the darkness closing in. Down the block, towards the alley where Jenny's last message had suggested she might be. My heart thudded in my chest, each beat urging me onward, despite every logical instinct screaming to turn back. The flickering streetlights cast long shadows, those elongated forms twisting and distorting with each gust of wind, making it difficult to distinguish my own fear from the shadows around me. I felt her presence more than I saw it, an echo of her frightened voice resonating in the dark. When I reached the alley, I paused. It looked like the very place from the photo. The darkness seemed to consume all light, the walls grimy and tall, reaching towards the black sky like fingers yearning for something lost. I edged forward, calling her name, the sound swallowed immediately by the abyss. Jenny? Are you here? I barely recognized my own voice, tremulous and small, trembling with dread. With each hushed whisper, a chill swept across the damp brick walls, sending an icy shiver down my spine. I stepped into the darkness, heart racing, breath quickening as I moved deeper, searching for any sign of her. Suddenly, a sound broke the oppressive silence. A soft, muffled cry. My heart sank like a stone as I rushed towards the sound, the claustrophobic darkness closing in around me. I stumbled upon a figure huddled against the wall, trembling, her face buried in her knees. Jenny, I whispered, barely able to keep my voice steady. She looked up, her eyes wide and filled with fear, but not relief. Laura, you shouldn't have come here. Her voice trembled, the fear palpable, slithering into my veins, settling in my chest like a weight that wouldn't lift. Before I could speak, a shadow shifted behind her, something inhuman and dark, lurking just beyond what I could see. The air thickened, stifling my voice, and I felt my heart hammering against the cage of my ribs. Desperate to flee. Get away from her. That same chilling voice I had received the text from growled from the darkness, reverberating against the alley walls. I wanted to step back, to run, but my feet were glued in place. Jenny, we have to go. I shouted, trying to pull her to her feet, but she remained frozen, staring into the abyss, eyes reflecting unspeakable terror. Don't move, the shadow hissed, the darkness coiling tighter. I felt ice skirt my spine, and every instinct screamed into the night. demanding I flee. But I was too slow. The figure lunged. In that moment, everything shattered. The reality of our lives colliding against something unseen. Something darker than we could have ever imagined. And with that, the world went black. I awoke back in my room, the familiar sights of my twisted apartment clashing with the horror that still consumed me. I shot up from the bed, my breath hitching, panic rising like bile. My phone lit up beside me. With trembling hands, I glanced at the screen, and there it was. Stay away from her. From the depths of my soul, a chilling realization settled in. I didn't just receive a wrong text message. I had been thrust into a nightmare, a fear-induced waltz with something I could barely comprehend. And as I sat there, heart racing, I wondered if I still had the chance to escape. If the wrong text message was the beginning of a much darker story. Story 3. The tapes I found in the attic. The air in the attic was stale as I mounted the creaky step ladder to retrieve the last remaining box from my childhood home. My mother had finally decided it was time to clear out the place after living there alone for over 20 years. With the house designated for sale, I dug through piles of dust-covered relics, each dust particle, a fragment of my childhood hovering in the dim light streamed through the small window. The box I found was unassuming. A plain cardboard container with a few errant stains along one side. The flaps hanging open revealed a collection of old videotapes, their spines sun-faded and cracked. I grabbed one and wiped off a layer of grime, curious about what lay within. I hadn't seen a VCR in years, but my parents used to have one in the living room, tucked away behind a swarm of movie rental tapes. I rummaged through the box and found a suitable tape, labeled in thick black marker, 1996. Slowly, a chill crept down my spine as I realized that meant this was footage from when I was a child, about 6 years old. The faint crackle of the VCR came to life as I inserted the tape, and green static danced across the screen before resolving into a grainy image, my bedroom. I leaned closer to the screen, my heart racing, the glow of the television bleeding warmly into the dimness of the attic. There I was, a tiny version of myself, asleep in my bed, my hair spilled across the pillow, and my comforter, decorated with cartoon dinosaurs, lay snug over me. Sounds of creaking wood and distant whispers seemed to echo from the tape, as if the very shadows of the past were fluttering about the room. I was mesmerized and horrified all at once. I watched as my young self turned in my sleep, mumbling something unintelligible. Then the camera panned slowly, revealing the soft light of a night lamp, the quirky furniture, and my collection of stuffed animals, surrounding me like silent sentinels. The eerie silence felt heavy, almost pressing against my eardrums. What was this footage? I brushed aside the mounting anxiety that rose within me. Maybe my parents had filmed my childhood for posterity. Yet, a gnawing feeling wormed its way into my gut, convincing me otherwise. I paused the tape, the image freezing on my innocent form, lips parted and eyes closed. I couldn't shake the sense of being watched, a sensation that was both helplessly familiar and disconcertingly sinister. Gathering my courage, I decided to flip through more tapes despite the dread settling heavily on my shoulders. Another tape caught my eye, this one simply labeled 2005. My hair prickled at the thought, but I pressed onward, clicked it into the player. This time, the scene stirred a different feeling within me. I was older, perhaps 11 or 12. The video started outside. Bright summer sunlight dappled my backyard, illuminating the worn wooden swings. In the yard, my friends were laughing and playing, but I was standing by myself in a corner, peeking around a tree, as if I was searching for something. Or someone. The camera panned in, capturing me from behind. I remembered this day vividly. My friends had invited me to join a game of tag, but I had felt an inexplicable unease, a sense of being not just an observer, but but also the observed. The video's perspective morphed, lending a voyeuristic edge that sent chills spiraling down my spine. And then the footage took a darker turn. The camera suddenly lurched, the angle became unstable as if someone was running. It swung toward the neighboring woods before suddenly freezing. My pulse quickened as I watched my classmates digitally fade into the distance. The camera zoomed in on a thick cluster of trees, and the frames, jittery with unsettling energy, caught movement. A figure glimpsed in the shadows. Suddenly, the tape dulled to a fuzzy blur before cutting off. I felt breathless. I quickly flipped through the tapes, each labeled with dates corresponding to pivotal moments of my life. The years I went to junior high, the first awkward dance, even my first heartbreak. Each one showed an unsettling trend. They detailed my life from afar, capturing with horrific clarity the essence of my solitude, my alienation, moments that were raw and intimate. Tape after tape showed my progress, how I budded from a playful child into a teenager who yearned for connection, but withdrew further into my surroundings. It was an unseen entity chronicling my life, a creeping voyeur wrapped in a shroud of familiarity, as if they knew my fears better than I did myself. Each clip sent vivid sensations through me, laughter from friends, punctured with eventual sorrow, transformed into long nights filled with keystrokes as I sought comfort in online anonymity. Worst of all were the glimpses of the woods, more dark figures hidden just beyond the tree line, sometimes caught in movements that felt much too deliberate. I was not just being documented, I was being hunted. By the time I reached the last tape, the edges of my vision were fraying, my breathing irregular, heart thundering like a frantic storm. This one was dated 2023. My hands trembled, indecision battling fear as I prepared to play it. Could I bear to watch? But some primal curiosity held me captive, and soon the familiar electronic word. As I pressed play, the screen flickered into focus, revealing my apartment. It mirrored my current life in all its mundane propagation. Cluttered desk, a bed that went unmade for days, pizza boxes towered in the corner. This was a sanctuary now, stripped of innocence. But the strangest part, the camera was placed as if someone were in my very room. I could see myself walking around, oblivious to my unseen companion. I was living my life, as if on display, laughter resonating every time I reached for the unopened mail, or absent-mindedly turned towards a window. Fear gripped me tighter as I recognized the darkness that had enveloped me all those years, trailing behind home videos and familiar places. Someone had been there, watching me, evolving with me. The figure I had sensed in the shadows within the tapes had long stepped out from the veil of memories. I could practically feel its presence gathering in a still, tangible place behind me. Growling terror locked itself within my throat. I glanced back over my shoulder, anticipating someone standing there with the same chilling voyeurism that had been on the tape. But in that very moment, I felt it, an icy breath around my neck. I jumped, spinning back toward the television, now filled with static as a strange shadow warped and shifted behind me. I gasped, the room swirling with haunting echoes of laughter and whispers. Memories clawing their way from the past toward my very present. With trembling hands, I ejected the tape and, clutching it fiercely, raced down the attic steps, the shadows coursing behind me, as if they too wished to join the light. I could still hear it, my voice echoing from beyond, a distant reminder of my innocence long lost, now entangled with something dreadful that had been curled up in the dark, watching, waiting, and something deep within whispered to me, louder than any scream, "You are never alone." I fled the house, grasping the tapes tightly to my chest, burdened both by the uncovered truth in the heavy pall of an unseen presence. In the marrow of my bones, the instinct pressed upon me. I had to get away. Whatever had been haunting my past would not be so easily left behind. The echoes would always come creeping back. Story 4. The dinner party gone wrong. The table was beautifully set, a cascade of glistening crystal, silverware polished to perfection, and the faint bouquet of wildflowers teasing the air with their sweet scent. It was supposed to be a casual gathering, a celebration of friendship over good food and laughter. I had spent the entire afternoon preparing. Marla's famous coke oven simmered in the kitchen, heavy with the scent of red wine and herbs, while the flickering candlelight bathes the room in a warm glow. As I prepared, I felt a familiar thrill dancing in my chest. I loved hosting these gatherings, where the drama of daily life could be momentarily suspended. As we slipped into roles defined by comfort and camaraderie, the laughter of friends and the clinking glasses would drown out the whispers of my insecurities. At least, for one night. Our friends arrived one by one, with the familiar faces of David, Lena, and Tom, joined by Mary, a new addition from the book club, who brought with her an air of enthusiasm that felt almost contagious. As we gathered around the table, glasses filled with red wine and plates steaming with food, our banter flowed easily, as it always did. At first, everything felt just as it should. We reminisced about old times, shared inside jokes, and allowed the wine to loosen our tongues. But as the night wore on, an unseen tension began to creep through the air, like fog rolling in from the sea. David, usually the life of the party, had grown uncharacteristically quiet. He stared into his glass, swirling the dark liquid, his brow furrowed as if struggling with a pressing secret. I raised an eyebrow but said nothing. I figured he was just tired, perhaps a long day at work weighing down on him. Then there was Marla, who unnervingly seemed to latch onto David's mood. "What's wrong, David? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said with a teasing laugh, but her eyes betrayed concern. "It's nothing really," he muttered, waving his hand dismissively. But as the evening unfolded, things began to shift. "Did you hear about Linda?" Tom piped up suddenly, his voice tinged with a ghoulish thrill. She finally spat it out about Paul and that girl from her yoga class. The energy in the room crackled. Everyone leaned in, eager to dive into scandal. Secrets. A rich vine of gossip that thrived on the vibrant energy of deception. Well, wasn't that the worst-kept secret? Marla scoffed, her expression darkening. "Just like your affair with Sarah, Tom." Liane. No. 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 Ourselves. A stunned silence enveloped the room, and I felt a shiver tracing my spine. The casualness that hung in the air moments ago fled, leaving behind a tense undercurrent of hostility. Tom's face flushed crimson, embarrassment and anger, woven together in a complex tapestry of emotion. "Where did you hear that?" he barked, slicing through the silence. "You said you wouldn't tell anyone." Marla smirked, but her eyes glimmered malevolently. "You're the one who decided it was okay to talk behind my back, remember?" The moment stretched, thin as thread, until I felt the need to interject. "Let's not turn this into a fight. We're here to enjoy, right?" I forced a smile, trying to weave back the fabric of our evening. But the tension had already festered, like a wound refusing to heal. Just then Mary, who had been quietly observing the unfurling chaos, leaned in. "Speaking of secrets, I have something to share as well," she began, her voice smooth yet chillingly sincere. "Oh boy, here we go," David quipped half-heartedly as he filled his glass, though I could see the dread in his eyes. Mary continued, her voice dropping an octave. "You all know how I was engaged last year, right?" Nods from the crowd, some slightly apprehensive. "Well," she said, her smile fading. "That engagement ended when he found something out about me." What could possibly be so terrible to end an engagement? Lena leaned forward, an edge of excitement glittering in her eyes. Mary's lips curled, but the warmth vanished as ice spread through her voice. "I was never who he thought I was. I lied about everything." The hushed murmur of intrigue washed over us, fueled by the fear we could all sense creeping in. "What do you mean?" Tom asked, incredulous. "What do you mean?" "Everything. You're not a con artist, are you?" "No, not a con artist," she breathed, taking a sip of her wine. "But a person who bears a different name, a different history. I have secrets that could ruin all of you." Her eyes held mine for an unsettling moment, an intensity that made my stomach knot. "What exactly are you saying?" David urged, half laughing as if he were trying to assuage the dread mingling between us. "But don't we all bear secrets?" She smiled, her demeanor shifting as if enjoying our horror. "You see, they're like shadows, cast behind you, but visible to those who look closely. Secrets attract darkness, and it's only a matter of time before the shadows catch up to you." A gale of disquiet swept across the room, palpable and stifling. We should leave, I thought, feeling the wrongness of the atmosphere weigh heavily on my chest. The veneer of a friendly gathering had cracked, revealing a grotesque reality hidden beneath. I looked at David, Marla, and Tom, but their expressions contorted in conflict, some caught between curiosity and dread, others drawn into a web they couldn't escape. "What do you even mean by that?" I finally asked, speaking through a throat dry with anxiety. "Do you want to blackmail us? This isn't a game. We all make mistakes. It's what makes us human." She chuckled, dark and throaty, shrouded in layers of menace. "Oh, I'm not here to play games. That's you guys. You see, the hard truth is none of you knew the half of what I know about you. Secrets like yours are like blood in the water." Then, the night twisted further. The incessant chill, blossoming into icy fear. Suddenly, David toppled his glass, shattering the delicate silence that enveloped us. Wine crept towards the flowers, a vibrant ruin. "If you think..." He began, fury sparking in his eyes. But the atmosphere shifted again. Mary's expression morphed into something terrible with its own ferocity. "Don't get defensive, David," she hissed. "Your secrets are worth more to me than your flimsy indignation. Get out." Marla's voice cut through the air, tightening around us like a vice. "You were a mistake. We didn't invite you here to air out our dirty laundry." But it was too late. The secrets had festered, a darkness now alive that we could no longer ignore. "I just wanted a night of friends. Was that too much to ask?" I murmured, feeling the walls of our make-believe world closing in around me. A subtle shift of betrayal raced through the gathering. Shadows upon shadows congealed around us. I had believed we were friends, bound by loyalty and shared histories. But now, as the chill stole the warmth of the candles and that laughter faded into echoes, I realized that tonight had irrevocably altered that sacred bond. Life behind the veil of camaraderie was just a sinister game. And we were too naive to see the players involved. We were all free to go, but we can't escape ourselves with the truth that binds us here, Mary whispered, her smile slipping into something sinister. Suddenly, all eyes turned to her, chilled hearts racing and pulses drumming against the walls of dread. I grasped for the will to breathe, to fight against the tide, but as one by one they all turned against me, I realized with horror, Mary had won. The sweetheart veneer was cracked wide open, unfurling our secrets like festering wounds. There was no escaping now. This gathering had become something monstrous, clawing at every thread of trust we'd woven. It wasn't just a dinner party gone wrong. It was a nightmare born from the very core of what it meant to be human, amid the darkness swallowing our souls whole. I sat back, dread pooling in my stomach, trapped in this decaying web of intimacy gone awry, unable to escape the dinner party that became my descent into madness. Story 5. The doctor's office. The air was thick with antiseptic, a false promise of cleanliness, as I sat in the waiting room of Maplewood Clinic. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sterile shadow across the sea of gray plastic chairs. I could hear the muffled echoes of nurses chatting behind the front desk, the rustling of paper and the distant beeping of machinery. Minutes stretched, filled with the weight of apprehension, the kind that settles in the pit of your stomach and gnaws at your insides. For months I had felt like a marionette with tangled strings, my body jerking and twisting against my will. I'd experienced dizzy spells that would send the world swirling into darkness, strange rashes that bloomed like malicious flowers, and fainting episodes that left me gasping for breath. I trusted Dr. Ellen Hartman implicitly for long-standing reputation and gentle professionalism, the comforting beacon in the storm of my ailing health. The door creaked open, and a nurse beckoned my name. I followed her into the examination room, every step echoing the heavy crunch of impending dread. Why? The walls were a sickly mint green, too bland and sterile to be anything but a constant reminder of where I was. I perched awkwardly on the edge of the examination table, my heart racing in sync with the rhythmic tapping of the nurse's shoes on the linoleum floor. "Dr. Hartman will be with you shortly," she said, offering a tight-lipped smile that didn't reach her eyes. She disappeared behind the curtain, leaving me alone with my thoughts, shadows flickering in the corners. Within moments, the door opened again, and there she was. Dr. Hartman's presence was calming, her tousled hair framing a face that was kind yet assertive. "How are we feeling today?" she asked, her voice laced with genuine concern. As she reviewed my chart, I felt a creeping unease settle over me. The way her brows furrowed more deeply than usual, and the way her fingers lingered a moment too long on my medical history, unnerved me. Something was off. "I'd like to do some more tests," she said, her tone serious. "We need to get to the bottom of this." I nodded, but a seed of doubt had begun to sprout. Dr. Hartman had always been thorough, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more beneath the surface of her gentle facade. After the appointment, I sat in the waiting area again, but this time, I couldn't focus on the illustrated pamphlets for flu vaccinations or joint replacements. Instead, I found my mind drawn to the dark abyss that was my medical file. After an agonizing hour, the nurse called me back for blood work. I overheard whispers from a couple of staff members near the filing cabinets, their hushed voices taut with tension. "It doesn't make sense," one murmured. "The numbers don't match the symptoms." I froze, my pulse quickening. What numbers? What symptoms? The hairs on my neck prickled in unease. As the nurse drew my blood, I felt an intense need to examine my medical files more closely. Once the test was done, I excused myself, claiming a quick trip to the restroom. A mischievous curiosity twisted inside me. I needed to know what was being said when I wasn't around. I slipped past reception, my heart pounding in my chest as I approached the records room. An unmarked door tucked away in a dimly lit corner of the clinic. The moment I twisted the doorknob and stepped inside, the air shifted. Rows of files lined the walls, stacked haphazardly on shelves that sagged beneath their countless burdens. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, but I had to know. I shuffled through the documents, scanning names I didn't recognize. There had to be something here. something about me. I stumbled upon a file labeled with my name. The cover was inked in my anxious scrawl, but the contents were rewritten notes in a practiced hand. Confusion twisted in my gut as I read through the paragraphs describing symptoms I had never experienced, doctor's visits I had never made, and medications I hadn't been prescribed. Every entry felt foreign, like a ghost haunting the pages of my life. Suddenly the door creaked behind me, sending chills racing down my spine. Panicked, I shoved the file back onto the shelf and turned. Face to face with Dr. Hartman, her expression was eerily calm, yet her eyes burned with a ferocity that caught me off guard. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice low and measured, wrapping around me like a vice. I stammered an excuse, but the words clung to my throat, choking me as I realized the gravity of my situation. The doctor's office, meant to be a haven of healing, now felt like a den of secrets. I was just... Dr. Hartman stepped closer, invading my personal space, her expression morphing into fate. "You shouldn't have looked into your records. You were much safer not knowing." "What do you mean?" My voice trembled, a realization dawning. "What's going on?" "Knowledge is a curse," she replied, her calm demeanor unraveling, revealing an intensity that both terrified and fascinated me. "You have been a part of something far greater than yourself. The symptoms you thought were ailments were merely the beginning stages of a transformation. A process we have been studying for years." "In what way?" I stammered, feeling the walls close in around me. "Your body isn't just your own," she continued, her voice low, as if she were confessing a great sin. "You are a carrier, a manifestation of our research into gene manipulation and control. You were chosen for your unique genetics, and we have been monitoring you to see how it evolves." The room spun with her words, and the truth began to lay bare. My once simple existence, like layers of decaying wallpaper. "You've lied to me. All this time?" I whispered, my throat dry. "It's for the greater good," she asserted, fervor igniting in her gaze. "It's nothing personal. It's science. You were chosen, and soon you will understand." I staggered backwards, desperation coursing through me like a wildfire. "You can't do this to me. You have to let me go." But her expression hardened, a smirk creeping at the corners of her mouth. "You have no idea how much control we have over your life." Panic welled up inside me, flooding my senses with adrenaline. I turned to make my escape, but she reached out, her fingers brushing my arm with an icy grip. "You don't want to go outside just yet. The transformation will begin soon." With a primal scream, I broke free from her grasp and bolted for the door. I flung it open, the fluorescent lights throwing sharp shadows against the walls as I sprinted down the hallway towards the exit. But the clinic felt different now. It was alive, pulsating with something darker. Nurses glided into position, their visages twisted, eyes gleaming with a hunger that sent jolts of dread through my veins. They were no longer strangers but accomplices, their smiles curled with secrets and sinister intentions. I pushed against one of them, a shout tearing from my throat as I barreled past. But the hallway felt endless, and the exit a mere mirage flickering in the distance. Just as I reached for the door, I turned back to catch one last look at my former sanctuary. Dr. Hartman stood in the doorway, an eerie specter flooding the frame. She didn't chase after me. She merely watched, a knowing smile plastered across her face. "Welcome to the future," she murmured softly, and as I burst into the evening air, I realized the terrible truth. Escaping the clinic was only the beginning. My body belonged to them now, and I was merely a puppet, strings pulled by those who wielded more than just a scalpel. Outside, the sky bled gold and crimson, mirroring the realization that dawned in my mind. It wasn't just my body I was fighting for, it was my very soul. Story 6. The Craigslist roommate. When I first stumbled upon the ad on Craigslist, it was a beacon of hope amid the drudgery of city life. Looking for a roommate to share my cozy 2-bedroom apartment, $500 a month. Includes utility. The description was rife with exclamation points. A careless enthusiasm that instantly appealed to my sense of urgency. My own cramped studio had turned into a suffocating cage of solitude and dwindling funds. Little did I know that cozy would morph into chaotic and enthusiastic into erratic. I arranged to meet Jasper, the apartment's current resident, in a quaint cafe just a few blocks from the apartment. He was in his early 30s, with salt and pepper scruff that paired strangely well with his plaid shirt. His eyes twinkled with an invitation to openness, yet there was something hidden beneath that warmth, an inscrutable depth. "Glad you came by," Jasper exclaimed, his voice bright and jovial, setting down a steaming cup of coffee before me. "Promise, you'll love it here." It was convincing enough. I was lured into his delight without even a second thought. The apartment was on the 3rd floor of a run-down brick building. Holes peppered the walls like the memories of seasons gone by, but it exuded a certain charm, the kind that whispers stories of its former residents. The living room was minimal, adorned with mismatched furniture and an old TV that looked like it had survived a few too many years of bad weather. As I settled in, Jasper showed me my room. A small but bright space filled with sunlight, with a bookshelf that seemed to have been curated with intention. "It's a peaceful escape," he assured me, stepping into my room and gesturing toward the window. "We keep things simple here." We slipped into a routine quickly, but it became clear that his routine was anything but typical. At first, I chalked it up to his creative personality. A writer, he claimed, always seeking inspiration in the most unexpected places. I often heard him typing late into the night, accompanied by the haunting melody of a piano playing from somewhere deep within the recesses of the apartment. Weeks passed. My discomfort grew subtly, ignited by small things that drilled into my subconscious. One evening, I returned home to find Jasper in the kitchen, face illuminated by the glow of the fridge. He was preparing dinner, but what concerned me was the notebook and pen placed conspicuously on the counter beside him. "Hey, how was your day?" he asked without looking up, his voice lilted with an odd undertone. I shrugged, distracted by the nagging feeling that he'd been writing about me. In the following days, the journal remained on the counter every time I returned, taunting me like an unanswered question. I resolved to confront Jasper about it, but each time I attempted to bring it up, his charm wrapped around me like a spell, distracting me from the unsettling vibe punctuated by the whispers of my instincts. As the weeks bled into months, his mood swings grew inexplicably volatile. One evening, he burst into the living room, eyes wild, declaring that he'd just finished a spectacular story about the haunting of an ordinary apartment. I chuckled nervously, but his laughter turned manic, a deep guttural sound that echoed off the walls and settled on my skin, a cold sweat creeping down my back. "You never believe how closely it mirrors our lives." He laughed, eyes bright. "Don't you think the walls have a story to tell?" This time, I kept my mirth to myself. It was hard to tell where Jasper ended and where his writing began. A palpable tension cropped up between us, like a taut rope waiting to snap. I became hyper-vigilant, almost as if I were being watched. The piano music, which had initially been soothing, now echoed like a funeral dirge in the dead of night, wrapping me in its ghostly embrace. "I'm not sure if I'm really cut out for this," I finally confessed one dark evening, my hands trembling as I clutched a mug of tea. The living room felt too small, the walls closing in, shadows stretching unnaturally with every flicker of the candlelight. It feels unsafe," Jasper interjected, a knowing glint in his eye. You're building unnecessary barriers. He leaned closer, lips curling into an unsettling smile that seemed to breathe life into the shadows. Don't worry, we can make this work. Those words echoed in my brain, etching themselves deeper into my fears. The following days devolved into psychological warfare. Jasper set traps for me, questions loaded with implications, sudden outbursts framed as jokes, and bizarre requests to help with research that made me feel like a character in his twisted plot. The need to escape grew unbearably potent. I scoured Craigslist for other options, but every time I planned a viewing, my resolve crumbled under Jasper's presence. Every time I packed a bag, he would lock his eyes onto mine, bringing forth a wave of persuasion I found endlessly hard to resist. Each day felt like a test, an investigation into my sanity, as I slowly began to lose track. Which one of us was the real Tim? Then came the night everything fractured. I sat in my room after a particularly intense conversation, drowning out the echoes of Jasper's last words with the blaring of music. Pulling my phone out, I hesitated. For the first time in weeks, I texted my best friend, "Please come over. I'm scared." I felt an unsettling calmness flow through me, believing an escape and someone to anchor me was finally arriving. Hours later, a rapping at the door sent my heart racing. I peeked through the peephole, and my breath hitched. "It's Jasper." "Hey." His voice sang sweetly. "I thought I heard you in there. I brought dessert." My gaze darted to the kitchen as he began to hum some unsettling melody, mingling with the air. Drawn in against my will, I opened the door, a crack, then wider. Yet, as he stepped in, the scent of something rotten curled into my nostrils, billowing dread. His eyes, which had always held an elusive warmth, seethed with something darker now, the kind that swirled around me like a fog. He carried a cake, a grotesque thing with a sickly sweet glaze. "Tasted it from my latest story," he chuckled, voice echoing ominously. The walls began to crawl with shadows, murmuring secrets about all that I had tried to forget. "Jasper, I need to talk to you about something." I started, words trembling like leaves caught in a storm. "Oh? About what? Our stories? Our relationship?" he inquired, leaning closer, uncomfortably intimate, a predator readying to pounce. "About moving out." The words tumbled out, fear wrapping its cold fingers around my throat, suffocating hope. In an instant, the warmth abandoned his eyes. They turned hollow as he clenched his jaw, tension electrifying the air between us. "Is that what you want? To leave? You're not ready for that." The honeyed words dripped from his lips but poisoned every breath I took. Jasper stepped back, eyes painted with an unsettling realization. "You only know your own story, don't you? What if you're not the one who gets to write the ending?" The laughter in his voice summoned the haunting echoes from the shadows around us. That was when I understood. I had unwittingly entered the pages of his tale, and he was determined to build a climax that I never wanted to reach. The chaos of the evening erupted like a hurricane. Out of sheer instinct, I bolted from the apartment, heart racing. The sound of the piano crashed behind me, transforming into an eerie symphony of warnings. I rushed down the stairs, the lights flickering, and the walls seemed to grip me tighter with every step. Each instinct screamed at me to escape, to break free from the twisted web he had spun. I darted onto the street, breath steeped in desperation. As the realization washed over me, grasping my heart like icy fingers, this wasn't just about finding a roommate. It was survival against the undead words of a writer who never wanted to let me go. The twisted tragedy that had begun as a harmless Craigslist ad had led me into a nightmare from which I was only beginning to awaken. Huddled beneath the moonlight, I called a friend, and as the sweetness of my liberation tickled my lips, I promised myself I wouldn't just escape, I would survive. And if I needed to shed his words, I would fight to reclaim my own story, no matter the cost. Story 7. The Child's Drawing. The evening sun poured through the slats of the blinds, casting long stripes of light across the floor as I dusted and organized my son Ethan's room. Toys were strewn everywhere. Action figures posed mid-fight. Blocks lay abandoned like forgotten soldiers, and plush animals congregated in a corner, their blank expressions watching me clean. At first, it felt like a mundane Saturday chore, but an unsettling sense of dread gnawed at my insides, a low hum of anxiety that I couldn't shake. Then, as I moved a stack of books from the bedside table, something colorful caught my eye. It was a crayon drawing, pushed slightly beneath a pile of picture books. Eager to see what masterpiece my 5-year-old had created, I pulled it out and gently laid it on the table. My heart sank. The drawing depicted a figure that vividly resembled me, standing in a shadowy room, mouth wide open in a scream. Yet, what disturbed me most were the details, the grim features that contorted my face into a mask of terror. The way my eyes seemed to bulge with fright. In the background loomed a dark specter, a formless shape that exuded an unnatural aura, its edges curling like smoke spiraling into the night. I could hardly breathe, and a cold chill enveloped me like an icy hand gripping my spine. "Ethan," I called, my voice trembling ever so slightly. "Come here for a second." He appeared in the doorway clutching a stuffed dinosaur, the tattered creature he had named Rex, its stuffing oozing like fur after a battle. "What is it, Mom?" he asked, his voice small and innocent, looking past me to the drawing. I pointed at the crayon picture. "Did you draw this?" Ethan nodded, a solemn look settling over his cherubic face as he stepped closer. "Yeah. Drew you, Mom." Why am I screaming? I prodded, trying to keep my tone light, despite the sinking feeling in my chest. "You were scared," he replied, his brow furrowing as he clutched Rex a little tighter. "There's a monster in the corner." "A monster?" My heart raced, flooding my mind with images of nightmare creatures lurking in dark corners. "What kind of monster?" His small fingers traced the outline of the shadowy figure he had drawn. "The kind that comes to get you when you're sleeping." "I told you before, remember? It watches you from the dark. It gets bigger if you're scared." A chill shot down my spine, and I instinctively glanced toward the dim corners of the room, the once innocent shadows now burdened by an uneasy weight. "Ethan, monsters aren't real. They're just in our imagination, right?" He shook his head solemnly, his wide eyes glistening. "But not all of them, Mommy. This one is real. I saw it. I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me, a sudden urge to ground myself in rationality. "Why don't we talk about something else? How about your favorite dinosaur? Or we can draw together." Ethan hesitated, then nodded, but as we sat down at the small table with fresh sheets of paper and crayons, he kept glancing towards the corner. His brows creased as if he fought against an invisible grip of fear. Days turned into weeks, and every time I went into Ethan's room, the feeling of dread would return. Heightened each time I saw that drawing. I tried to distract myself with mundane tasks, cleaning, organizing, but the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow deeper, more menacing. I finally mustered the courage to confront Ethan. "Describe the monster to me, honey." "Can you draw it for me too?" He stared at me with wide, fearful eyes, and after moments of silence, he picked up a fresh crayon and began to draw. This time, the figure was more distinct. Its eyes were slits, ringed in darkness. Its mouth stretched wide, filled with jagged teeth, and it had long arms that seemed to reach out of the page. Ethan's hand shook as he pushed the drawing towards me, and I felt a wave of nausea rise in my throat. "It wants to take you away," he said softly, almost like a whisper, as if speaking it would summon the creature. "We can get rid of it," I said firmly, resolving to erase the memory of its image from our lives. Later that night, after Ethan had fallen asleep, I found myself sitting on the edge of his bed, clutching the crayon drawing. It felt like a dark seed of despair had taken root in my heart, and I couldn't shake an overwhelming belief that something was terribly, irrevocably wrong. I folded it and tossed it into the wastebasket, but sleep wouldn't come. It felt as though the darkness in his room was alive, pulsating with energy. I could hear the creaks of the house settling, the wind rattling the windows outside. Hours passed, and just when I thought I might finally drift into oblivion, I was awakened by a soft, eerie whimpering sound. Shooting upright, I gazed around in confusion. The moonlight streaming into the room, illuminating the edges of Ethan's bed. He was tossing and turning, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, nightmare memories clawing at the surface of his consciousness. "Mommy," he murmured, the sound almost a plea. "It's here. It's coming." My chest tightened, icy fingers wrapping around my heart. "Ethan, wake up. Please. It's just a dream." A sudden low growl reverberated through the room, sending ripples of dread coursing through my veins. I leaped from the bed and flicked on the lamp. The light flooded the small space, but its glow felt feeble against the encroaching shadows. "Mommy!" Ethan screamed, his eyes snapping open wide with terror. "It's there." Instinctively, I grabbed him and pulled him close to me. "Where?" I urged, fighting to keep my voice steady. He pointed a shaky finger towards a corner of the room, where an inky darkness coiled, deeper than any shadow I had ever seen. It seemed to ripple and pulse as if it were alive, breathing, waiting for the very air to thin, waiting for fear to seep into my bones. Suddenly, a sound akin to whispering filled the room, barely audible but unmistakable, an eerie incantation that made my flesh crawl. My heart raced like a drumbeat as I remembered Ethan's drawing. The ways it had come to life in our waking hours. "Ethan, we need to leave. Now," I said, scooping him into my arms. But as I turned to rush to the door, the light flickered violently, plunging the room into an abyss. I felt a draft, icy and unnatural, sweeping through the air, as if something had materialized from that nothingness. "Is it coming?" he cried, his voice quavering, sheer terror reflecting in his eyes. I turned back to the corner just in time to see a shape move within the darkness, what looked like a long, thin arm reaching out toward us. Just then the light surged back to life, and in that brief moment, I saw something beyond comprehension. A ghastly visage of what seemed like a twisted version of me, mirroring the horror of the drawing, its mouth stretching into a monstrous grin. In one instinctive motion, I bolted toward the door. Panic fueling my resolve, I burst into the hallway, Ethan clinging to me, his breaths ragged. I could feel the weight of darkness press behind us, a relentless force eager to drag us back into the depths. As we fled down the narrow corridor, I felt a shiver racing through my body, as if the very walls were alive with the echoes of the darkness we had left behind. The memories of nightmares refusing to fade. With every step I vowed I would not let it take us. I vowed that I would destroy that drawing, banish the fear it represented, and protect my son at all costs. The shadows could howl, the whispers could stir with energy, but we would not falter. That night, in the safety of the living room, I gathered every crayon drawing, every creepy sketch Ethan had ever made, and tossed them into the fireplace. The flames danced as they devoured the images, the crackle echoing like a battle cry. As I stood there watching the last remnants of darkness fade into the flames, a sense of relief washed over me. Maybe, just maybe, we had won. But as we settled into the living room, curled up together under a blanket, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching from the shadows, growing more sinister with each passing second. The next morning, as Ethan reached to grab his crayons again, a renewed sense of dread tightened its grip around my heart. For what if the monster hadn't disappeared with the drawings? What if it had only begun to draw its true form from the very fear I had tried so hard to erase? I looked at Ethan, his innocent face focused on a blank sheet of paper, as he began to sketch. What could possibly emerge from his imagination now? With a resolve stronger than before, I remembered Ethan's words, the warnings in his childish tone. It was time to protect him from the darkness, for the horrors were only beginning. Story 8. The Hidden Camera. My apartment had always felt like a sanctuary, a small one-bedroom unit tucked into a corner of a bustling city, where the distant hum of the streets mingled with the occasional chirp of a bird perched on my window ledge. But as summer stretched into autumn, an unsettling change crept into my life. Strange noises echoed in the silent spaces of my home. The slight creak of the floorboards when no one was there, the shuddering rattle of the window, as if a ghostly breath had brushed against the glass. I shrugged off my paranoia as mere remnants of my imagination. After all, I was alone and had worked late hours in the office, my mind frayed from fatigue. Yet, as each evening passed, the noises escalated from phantom whispers to more defined sounds. A soft dragging, a quiet shuffling, sometimes the unmistakable sound of a pencil scraping against paper, though I knew I hadn't touched it. A chill settled in the pit of my stomach whenever night descended. I had considered calling the landlord, but a fruitless waiting game ensued as I fretted over their dismissal of my worries. It's just the building settling, they'd have said, inadequately addressing my ever-widening fears. Finally, I took decisive action. I bought a series of small cameras, discreet but efficient, and strategically placed them throughout my apartment. I set one in the living room, one pointed at my kitchen, and the last by the bathroom door. Each lens bore witness to my determined quest for an answer as I locked down the apartment, cringing at the thought of whatever had been lurking in the shadows. The first few nights passed in relative peace, as static from the cameras flickered back to my computer screen with mundane images of empty rooms. I replayed the footage obsessively, particularly during the witching hour when I was most aware of the insidious presence. But then, on the fifth night, toothpaste tube in hand, I prepared to brace myself for another cycle of mindless worry with my nightly routine. I took a deep breath, strapped myself into the role of an investigator, and pressed play. At first, all I saw was myself. A sleep-deprived, frazzled version of the person I once was, occasionally crying out for my sanity as I slumped against the couch. I watched myself make dinner, scrub the pots and pans, and scroll through social media as if nothing was amiss. The minutes rolled into hours, methodically documented by the unblinking eyes of my cameras, until something caught my attention in the corner of the living room feed. I blinked hard and leaned in closer. A shadow flickered at the edge of the screen. A small silhouette. My heart raced. The image was too dark, too quick. It moved like a thought. More felt than seen, leaving me gnawing at the edges of panic. I rewound the footage and analyzed every frame with increasing dread, isolating the moments that left me ensnared in fear. And then I saw it, a pair of hands wrinkled and pale, peeking out from around the couch. They slipped cautiously into view before withdrawing, appearing as though the darkness had enveloped them, pulling them back like an unwilling participant. Chills ran down my spine, and my breath became heavy against the throat. I held my breath with trepidation, quickly advancing the time, waiting to see how much more I'd uncovered. Minutes echoed with the same disconcerting pattern, showing me unwittingly asleep on the couch, completely oblivious as the figure crawled from behind it, drawn toward me like a moth to flame. I halted the playback, heart thumping violently in my chest, breath lost to alarm. It had crawled in and out of my apartment, in and out of my life, gripping the edges of the desk. My gloves slick with sweat. Under the bathroom light, I caught a glimpse of the vague outline of that same figure. As if to taunt me, the camera had captured it more clearly. My nightmare had found form, wide eyes inches away from mine, and the deep-set shadows clutching its skull-like head left me frozen with terror. Suddenly, the laundry I'd put in the machines the day before slipped into my mind, a cycle of cleanliness stained with something foul. The image of that eerie figure, so close to me, curdled my stomach. Whatever being it was had approached when I was at my most vulnerable, when I had abandoned all guards and suffocated the insecurities of being alone. Needing to calm myself, I stopped the video, tried to regain a pulse on reality. My hand still shook as I reached for a half-full glass of water, but my gaze remained locked upon the screen. After every horrifying frame, I braced myself for what I might discover hidden within the recordings. With fresh resolve, I continued to scroll through the files, fighting the urge to turn off the camera. A rhythm built, compassing both dread and curiosity. The scenes rolled like a ghastly film. It wasn't just one night. I watched replay after replay, each recording unveiling more sinister truths. The figure returned consistently when I retreated to sleep, and according to the timestamps, pervaded my space for hours, often lingering by my side as I saw my own reflection in the screen. Pale skin, terror-stricken eyes, showing no resemblance to the person who had begun this quest for comfort. Had I invited this into my life? Was it punishment for my fear-induced isolation? Each revelation of movement swelled the silence around me. The figure moved thoughtfully. There was purpose in its actions. It rearranged oddities on my shelves, and once, during the wheezing lull of midnight, it even traced the outline of my books with claw-like fingers. It paused near a photo of my family, their smiling faces juxtaposed with its despairing presence. A fleeting image of pure malice glinted in its eyes, like raindrops shimmering over glass. Panic finally seized hold of me, and I resisted the urge to scream. I clicked through the hours in a feverish frenzy, sent spiraling into the depths of despair with every replay, every bitter moment I endured in solitude. Because what I found next pushed me straight into the swelling tide of nightmare. On the footage from 2 nights ago, isolation felt palpable. The still thick atmosphere shuddering around me. For once, the figure didn't simply crawl in and out. It stood, erect, framed in desolation. It watched me as I slept, the frail form shrouded in shadows, casting crude emotions on the wall like an evil specter leaning over. In that frozen frame, I could almost see its intention. Slowly coming into focus, the desire to invade using my vulnerabilities like a wishbone, parsing my psyche until it snapped. Fear closed over me like a fist, curling around my voice, and the urge to cry out clawed at my throat as the reality hit. This presence was not merely an intruder. No, much worse. It was something else. Something that fed off my fear and had been waiting, lurking just beyond the membrane of the ordinary world, growing ever bolder with every night wasted in solitude. One frantic click led me to the final footage, an ode to horror. My eyes went wide as I recognized the shuddering whisper of movement coming from the time-stamped past. The figure slipped back into view, only this time it brought something. An item draped in a cloak of darkness that made my heart race. A mirror, dark and tarnished, shifted under the dim glow. It moved as if it carried secrets veiled within. The figure turned toward me, and I felt the blunt force of its stare from the screen. "Help me," I thought it whispered in a fractal voice, knowing deep down that in my desperation to understand, I had stumbled beyond the pale of this world, engaging in a tragic dance with something that thrived off my essence, even as it tormented me so. As the recording ticked to an end, I felt a nefarious weight settle in the air. The specter, now my twisted companion, had shown me a glimpse of a reflection I never wanted to see. With a sudden resolve, I packed my belongings, not caring what I left behind, and closed my laptop. The last heavy thump of my heart echoed in my ears as I raced down the hall to escape the maze of dread my home had become. But as I turned the corner toward the staircase, the whispers served as a phantom echo behind me.
Just begun.
Story 9. The phone calls. The shrill ring of the phone sliced through the stillness of my small apartment, jolting me from a fitful sleep. Blinking against the harsh glow of the caller ID, I squinted, trying to make sense of the number flashing, an unrecognized string of digits that sent a chill down my spine. By now, I had grown both fascinated and terrified of the strange calls that had invaded my life. At first, the calls started innocuously enough, static bursts that crackled through the receiver, sliced with moments of unearthly silence. Each time I picked up, I heard my own heartbeat echoing in the void, nearly drowning out the desolation on the other end. Curiosity mixed with apprehension, I'd clutched the phone tighter, wondering who or what lurked in the shadowy depths of that connection. Days turned to weeks. The calls became routine. But with time, the static morphed into something sinister. A disembodied chorus of my loved ones' voices, each one overlapping, pitching higher and lower, twisting into a grotesque melody of my own secrets. I would hear my mother's soft, cooing voice murmuring the dreams I'd long buried. My best friend's laughter faded into a haunting echo as she recounted embarrassing stories from our childhood, resurfacing memories I yearned to forget. "Your secrets are safe." I could almost hear my grandmother's words, each phrase dripping with a sweetness that turned bitter when tinged with malice. I tried to brush them off, convince myself they were harmless. But with every call, every sordid secret unveiled, an unsettling sensation nestled deeper within my chest. Who was listening? Who was reveling in my unease? Most terrifying of all was the knowledge that they knew things I had never shared, truths I'd only whispered to myself in the dark corners of my mind. And then, one fateful night, it happened. I lay wrapped in the embrace of my heavy blankets, the silence and darkness my only companions, when the phone rang again. This time, it felt different. The air hummed as though charged with electricity, and dread curled around my limbs, wrestling with my resolve. With a shaky exhale, I answered, the device cold against my ear. "Hello?" There was only silence. It warped and twisted, suffocating the moment. I held my breath, waiting. Time stretched like a taut wire. Then, a voice, deep and distorted, emerged from the static. It wasn't anyone I recognized, but it was undeniably familiar. The tone was unsettlingly human, yet hollowed out, echoing down a dark hallway. You don't know me, but I know you. I know your fears. Your worst fear. A stomach-lurching panic seized me. My mind raced to identify that fear, the one I kept buried beneath layers of denial. But the voice pushed on, unfurling my innermost dread, stripping away the safety of ignorance. No. Stop. I pleaded, my voice trembling. Who are you? What do you want? But it continued, coolly reciting details of my life. The small lies, the regrets, all of the moments I thought I had hidden. A whisper of dread weaving through its words. You fear abandonment, don't you? That one day, everyone you love will simply disappear. You're wrong. You're wrong. I shouted, feeling the walls close around me. The vulnerability that came with realizing I wasn't in control paralyzed my thoughts. Leave me alone. Pick up the phone, it urged, the voice morphing into something shape-shifting and grotesque. It rattled like dry leaves scattering in a brutal wind. Call your best friend. This time, don't hang up. Let's see how far you're willing to go before you lose them. A cool sweat broke across my forehead as the air turned frigid around me. Gusting with a spectral urgency, I staggered back, my heart hammering with desperation. The call disconnected with an ominous click. The world felt surreal afterward. I fumbled with the phone as though it had transformed into a live creature. Something malicious stinging against my skin. I didn't call anyone that night, unable to shake the way my body trembled with fear. Sleep eluded me. The creeping shadows of secrets began echoing in the corners of the room. The phone taunted me, lying innocently on the nightstand in the moonlight. Its screen, unblinking and cold. The days that followed were laced with paranoia. Each ring sent a jolt through my spine. Each unfamiliar caller ID sent my heart racing. I could feel eyes watching from the darkness. I became a prisoner in my own mind. Friends began to notice something was off. Each time they called, I hesitated, the dread clawing at my insides, unsure of who might be on the other end. Then the day came, the day I finally caved to the voice's demands. My best friend, Claire, had called me 27 times. Her worry palpable. It gnawed at me. Our laughter and memories felt like a part of a life I could no longer grasp. I could imagine the weight of her concern as she contemplated that I hadn't picked up a single call. Just call her back. It's just a phone call, I murmured to myself, circling the lightning storm of thoughts. The words from that twisted voice ghosted through my mind. My fingers trembled as I dialed the familiar number. Perhaps answering would release the stranglehold of fear that had swallowed me whole. One ring, 2, 3, 3. My heart raced with each chime until, finally, she picked up. Alex, thank God. I was so worried. Are you okay? Her voice was a soothing balm, yet it tightened around my throat, tightening the grip of the uninvited fear. And I'm all right. It's just I've been getting these strange phone calls. Strange how? She asked, concern mingled with curiosity. I recounted the bizarre occurrences, how each call unraveled my thoughts and fears like fragile strings of yarn. But as my confessions spilled from my lips, a deeper dread lurked beneath the surface. As I spoke, something shifted in the air, a hushed whisper curling around me, a feeling that I was being watched. Alex, Claire's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. You need to... And suddenly, the call cut off. The line went dead. No, Claire. Panic erupted within me, adrenaline rushing through my veins. I scrambled toward my phone, but just as I reached for it, a new call came through. The caller ID displayed a number I recognized, yet it was shrouded in a haze of fear. It was Claire's number. I answered, breathless. "Claire? Is that you?" There was a pause, then a voice emerged from the ether, one not belonging to my dear friend, but to that same distorted entity that had haunted my nights. "You wanted to see what you've bargained for? This is how it begins." The warmth in my chest turned icy. "What have you done to her?" Laughter echoed through the phone, a sound that turned my blood to ice. "You did this. You chose to call. Now you must play the game." And just like that, the line fell silent, leaving me in the haunting quiet of my apartment. Desperation clawed at my insides. Claire was in danger. My choice had led to her peril, and I was powerless to stop it. Time blurred into a frenzy as I dialed 911 with frantic fingers, tears spilling down my cheeks as I pleaded for help. But deep down, I knew that whatever this was, it was far beyond the reach of law and order. This was something more sinister, an act of malicious torment sculpted by the shadows of my past. The phone calls had only just begun, and I was slipping deeper into an abyss of horror, where my secrets whispered back with every ring, every erratic pulse of the unknown. The walls tightened around me, squeezing out the breath of hope. I was left with a daunting truth. The shadows had a taste for my fear, and they would not rest until they had devoured every last piece of me. Story 10. The ex-boyfriend's revenge. The fog hung heavily in the early morning air, wrapping the world in a damp, gray blanket. I shuffled into my tiny kitchen, shivering against the cold draft that slipped through the cracks in the worn-down window. It was months since my breakup with Aaron, my charming, yet old ex-boyfriend. Until the day the letter arrived. It had been left neatly on the doorstep, an unmarked envelope with no return address. The paper slightly crinkled as if it had been curled in someone's fist before being tossed down. The moment I saw it, a chill crept up my spine. I picked it up, hesitating, a sense of foreboding drumming in my ears. My heart raced as I felt the weight of that envelope, its contents whispering secrets I had tried to bury deep within myself. I tore it open, my hands trembling. The moment I read the first line, the air tightened around me, constricting like a serpent coiling around its prey. "You know what you did last summer." It continued in neat, looping handwriting, revealing secrets Aaron had no right to know, things I had buried under layers of guilt and shame. The letter named everyone I had ever confided in, disclosed my deepest insecurities, and hinted at acts I had prayed would never resurface. It concluded with a chilling promise. "You'll pay for leaving me." I dropped the letter on the counter, nausea rippling through my stomach. My cheeks felt hot, and I could barely breathe, the suffocating fear wrapping tighter around my throat. I glanced over my shoulders towards the closed door, half expecting Aaron to materialize behind me. I scanned the room for details that felt mundane only moments before. My coffee mug, the half-eaten box of stale cereal. Everything took on a... Rushing through my morning routine, I tried to push down the swirling panic. I needed to go to work to keep some semblance of normalcy alive, but my thoughts raced uncontrollably. Each faint creak of the floorboards sounded like a warning. Every rustle of leaves outside felt like a ghostly hand, scraping across the wooden siding, beckoning me back into my past. The office was a blur, faces drifting past me like dark shadows, conversations murky and vague. I focused on my desk, attempting to drown out the chaos in my mind. But the letter loomed over me, a permanent hitch in my heart that twisted tighter Every time I glanced toward the window, my phone buzzed incessantly on my desk. Ignoring it, I turned the screen face down. The sound of a message alert from Mary, my closest confidant, pierced through my fog. She was checking in, concerned but completely unaware of the storm brewing inside me. Eventually, I grabbed my phone and found 5 missed calls, all from unknown numbers, each appearing to taunt me with their anonymity. That night, my dreams became a twisted maze of shadows and whispers. Figures crept through my mind, and I woke in a cold sweat, convinced I had heard someone calling my name. I threw on a robe and stumbled to the living room. My heart raced as I scanned the room, the shadows stretching along the walls like dark fingers, reaching for me. There was nothing, just the hollow silence of my small apartment, echoing with an otherworldly stillness. As the days passed, the letters arrived with an unrelenting frequency, each more damning than the last. They became the ritual of my waking hours, turning mundane moments into a waking nightmare. I met each message with dread, sifting through the words like gruesome news from a ghastly world I had hoped to escape. A piece of my soul withered with every page I read. I called Mary, needing to confide in someone. Her laughter settled over the line warmly, yet I could hear the concern creeping into her voice. "I haven't heard from Aaron in months," she said, her tone light, but something in my chest tightened. "Maybe he's just trying to get under your skin. Don't let him." I swallowed hard, fire scorching my throat. "Mary, you don't understand. He knows things." A pause followed, and I could almost hear the gears turning in her mind. "What do you mean?" "Things I've never told anyone. Things I thought I was past," I whispered, my voice cracking like ice beneath the weight of winter. I heard her intake of breath. "You need to report this to the police." I shook my head suddenly, panic creeping into my bones. "And tell them what? That my ex is sending me letters about my darkest secrets? They'll think I'm insane." In the darkness, I felt more trapped than ever. Memories of that summer flashed before me in a kaleidoscope of color. Betrayal mingling with lust, a fierce bond severed with reckless abandon. Aaron had always known how to worm his way under my skin, how to explore the soft crevices of my heart before turning them into vulnerabilities. I decided to confront my fears head-on. The next day, I arrived home from work, nerves twisted tight in my stomach. I gathered all the letters, arranged them in a neat pile on the kitchen table, and took a long, steadying breath. If he wanted to play games, I could too. The first thing I did was gather my laptop. I needed to know if there was anything I could track down, names from the letters, faces from the memories. I didn't find much, just snippets of old posts, pictures of my friends and me from happier days long past. The vibrancy of those images clashed violently with gloom that had taken root in my life. Yet something stood out. One name hovering in the corner of a photograph. Sarah Gee. My old friend Sarah, who had been the silent witness to my tumultuous relationship with Aaron. I decided to call her, desperately wanting to relive the past through her eyes, and maybe even gain a hint of understanding. The phone rang as I paced the living room floor, my nerves unraveling. Finally, she answered with a voice full of warmth. "Hey, long time no talk. How are you?" I hesitated, searching for the right words. I need your help. It's about Aaron." The line fell silent. I could almost hear the gears in her head turning. "What did he do?" "It's not just him. It's a mess." "Can we meet?" We arranged to meet that night, and as twilight ushered in darkness, I felt the familiar weight of the past pressing down on me. Sarah's apartment was a comfortable refuge, and as we sunk into its cozy embrace, I hoped to find the solidarity I needed. I might regret what I told her, but I had to open the floodgates, much like the dam that had kept my truths from drowning me. The words spilled from my mouth, and she listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with murmurs of empathy and understanding. But as I revealed more detail about the letters and Aaron's threats, I caught a shift in Sarah's expression, a mix of concern and something I could only describe as terror. "Jess, I think maybe you should go to the police," she urged tentatively. I instinctively recoiled. "I told you." Before I could finish my thought, a loud bang echoed from the hallway. Our conversation froze mid-air. We turned towards the sound, hearts pounding, the silence around us stretching like an elastic band ready to snap. Another thump reverberated through the apartment, followed by a dragging sound that sent icy fingers down my spine. I glanced at Sarah. She was already on her feet, eyes wide. "Stay here," she whispered, moving cautiously towards the door, her silhouette framed by the dim light. I wanted to scream that it was too dangerous, that I could feel the darkness wading ever closer, but the words lodged in my throat. The dragging continued, an ominous echo that slithered through my thoughts like a serpent. I stumbled back, nearly knocking over a lamp as dread poured over me in waves. The door swung open, and a gust of cold air rushed in, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of dread that made my heart stop. The figure stood there, silhouetted by the dim hallway light. It was shrouded in darkness, a ghastly, formless mass, until the light flickered and revealed Aaron's familiar features, twisted in a smirk that was equal parts charming and sinister. My breath caught in my throat, confusion blending with icy dread. "Did you miss me?" he purred, stepping inside as though he owned the place, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto Sarah. "And have you been spreading my little secrets, Jessa?" That wasn't part of our agreement. I backed away, stammering, desperate to claw my way back to safety. But he didn't advance. He just remained there at the threshold, a man poised to strike. "Leave her out of this. This is between you and me," I demanded, trying to summon a strength I didn't feel. "Oh, but that's where you're wrong," he said, his voice smooth like silk laced with poison. "You see, it involves everyone who knew you, everyone you trusted. You left me, Jessica. Now, it's your turn." In that moment, I understood his relentless pursuit. The letters were not mere games. They were trials, challenges crafted to expose every corner of my life, dragging everyone I cared for into the twisted web he spun. "Get away from us," Zara yelled, stepping forward defiantly. In her hands was a heavy candlestick, an awkward weapon to counter Aaron's menacing presence. The unexpected fierceness in her voice fueled my own courage. "No," I cried, lunging forward, trying to push Sarah behind me as a protective instinct took over. "Just leave." Aaron's smile widened, shadows dancing across his face. "I want you to remember our time together, Jessa. I want it to haunt you." And then, with a swift movement, he lunged. The movement was fluid, a serpentine dance, his hands reaching for Sarah. But she swung the candlestick, a glint of silver slicing through the air, and with a crack echoed through the room, it connected with his shoulder. He grunted, reeling back. Blood trickled from the injury, staining the floor like the memories I wished would die along with him. "Run!" I screamed, shoving Sarah towards the back door. We burst through, the cool night air alive with anticipation as we fled into the darkened streets, though I could feel Aaron's presence stalking us from behind. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, desperation carving out a new reality. We raced down the street, hearts pounding like war drums in our chests, the night behind us alive with suffocating fears and battles unfinished. Sirens in the distance roared, a promise of salvation, but also an indication of darkness not yet vanquished. As police lights flashed in the distance, I glanced back, uncertainty flaring in my chest. The shadows, the secrets, and those horrific letters began to blend into a singular entity. A reminder of everything I wanted to escape. We ran into the arms of the police, trembling but alive, hope flickering like a dying ember that would leap into a flame once again. But in the distant recesses of my mind, I could feel Aaron's presence lurking, a haunting specter even with the law descending around us. What had begun as a letter of revenge had ignited a horror, a battle for sanity and life, one that I knew would never fully end. The whispers of the past would continue to follow me, reminding me that I wasn't just facing an ex-boyfriend's vengeance. I was fighting my own demons, the shadows of lost trust and memories that shimmered in ghostly light. And as the police arrived, hearts racing and apprehension thick in the air, I knew that while I might force him out of the shadows today, I would carry the weight of this battle forever, the ghost of Aaron lingering, just waiting for the chance to strike once more. Story 11. The Babysitter's Diary. Prologue. The Discovery. The winter had been harsher than usual, cloaking our sleepy suburban neighborhood in a thick blanket of snow. I had taken to exploring the attic after the bone-chilling nights had grown long. It was there, amidst the remnants of a forgotten childhood, that I stumbled upon my daughter's diary. Its faded pink cover was adorned with tiny, colorful stickers, a remnant of her once vibrant personality. As I flipped through the brittle pages, I hoped to find hints of her teenage turmoil, a peek into the mind of a girl transitioning into adulthood. What I found instead was a story steeped in dread, one that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Entry 1. The Babysitter. January 12th. Mom is going out tonight again. I don't mind. She needs time away. But I still can't shake the feeling that something isn't quite right with this babysitter. Emily says she's fine, that she babysits for all the kids on the block, but I feel watched. Like there's something lurking just beyond the periphery. When she arrived, I half expected her to be some cute college student, but she's older. Not in a way that's bothered me, just older, and with these deep-set eyes that seem to see too much. I don't want to be rude, but I swear she's watching me even more than I'm watching her. I don't like this at all. I told Emily that I was uncomfortable, but she just laughed it off. You're just being dramatic, she said. Maybe she's right. Still, I want to stay in my room whenever she's here. Bien soirée. I shut the diary, a swell of unease gripping my chest. The first entry felt innocuous enough, almost relatable. Teenage angst, perhaps. But as I continued, a more sinister tone emerged. Entry 2. Tension rising. January 15th. Things have escalated. The babysitter is still here, and it feels like she's taken over our house. She knows the routines, has wormed her way into Mom's life. I overheard them talking about my problems, my anxiety, as if I wasn't even there. The way she said it made me feel like a specimen under glass. I hate this feeling for so many reasons. There's an empty space in the living room that used to be filled with laughter and warmth. Now, it feels like a tomb. The babysitter says she could take care of things for me. But what does that mean? I just want to be normal again. I don't want her help. Every time I try to talk to Mom, the babysitter interrupts, her laugh too loud. I'm heartless. Her eyes never leave me. I wish I could leave the house. I need my friends, my life outside these four walls. But Mom is convinced this is what I need. I don't want to be here anymore. Entry 3. The Watching Eyes. January 18th. I had a nightmare last night. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. The babysitter was standing at the foot of my bed, eyes wide and glinting in the dark, whispering my name. I couldn't move. It felt like she reached inside my mind, When I managed to scream loud enough, she vanished, disappearing like smoke. I thought it was just a dream, until I found the crumpled note on my pillow this morning. It read, "I can help you be free. I feel suffocated in this house, but her promise sounds more like a threat." This morning, I confronted Emily about the babysitter. She shrugged, grinning that lazy grin she gets when she doesn't care. I asked her to stay with me next time, but she said she couldn't. She has a real life outside of this. I texted Mom, but she didn't respond. She's busy at work, and I don't want to worry her. What do I do?
Yeah?
Entry 4. The Abandonment. January 22nd. I told Mom everything about the babysitter watching me, the dreams. But she rolled her eyes like I was just making an excuse. She said I was just being a typical teenager, about to unravel, needing someone to blame for my problems. That babysitter is not a problem. She made it pretty clear. She's here to stay. A part of me feels abandoned, like Mom made a choice. The moments we shared as a family are fading. I set up cameras in my room to prove what I'm seeing is real. Her movements, her whispers, they're more than just worries clouding my judgment. I need to show Mom she's not exactly what she seems. There's something wrong with her, and I have to document it. Nina. Entry 5. Proof in the footage. January 25th. I reviewed the footage today. I was too tired to pay close attention last night. The babysitter didn't come into my room until around midnight. I thought I was just imagining the shadows on my wall, but she was really there, hovering almost. And she was talking to someone? I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. It all sounded like a low hum, like she was trying to lull me back to sleep. I felt paralyzed, like she had drawn some invisible line around me. I am too scared to sleep, and too scared to wake. I want to scream, but I don't want to give her the satisfaction. Emily won't answer my texts or calls. What if she's still hanging out with that babysitter? What if they're in this together? I had distanced myself from everyone around me, but how could I let a stranger take over my life? Entry 6. The Confrontation. February 3rd. Things have only gotten worse. The babysitter proclaimed she was still watching me when I confronted her. I screamed for Mom, but she wasn't here. I was alone. The babysitter's fingers curled around my wrist, and her voice slithered into my ears, promising she could make it better, can't make everything in my life go away. I panicked, yanking away from her grasp. I burst out of my room and down the stairs, frantically searching for Mom, but all I found was darkness. The house was empty, eerily quiet. Had everyone truly abandoned me? She must have taken them somewhere. I could feel it in my bones that my time was running shorter than ever. Desperate, I ran outside. A bitter wind greeted me, stinging my cheeks. I wanted to scream until snow filled my mouth. When I turned back, the windows gleamed with something like smug satisfaction. She was watching me from inside, her silhouette framed against the flickering light behind her. I ran to the neighbors, but nobody responded. I felt like a ghost wandering through the winter's unforgiving grasp, lost and screaming, utterly forgotten. I didn't know where else to turn. Entry 7. Trapped. February 4th. I'm trapped in a nightmare. The light flickering in the other room is haunting me. Every time I try to leave the house, she blocks me. Like a puppet master, she pulls the strings, and I can't find my voice. I haven't heard from Emily in days. I don't understand why this happened to me. I didn't do anything. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The babysitter came to help me. I don't even know what that means anymore, or who she really is. I've never seen someone so willing to take over someone else. I plan to leave tonight, I'll find a way out of her grasp, whether through the front door or the basement. I can't take this anymore. I don't care if she comes after me. I need to know the truth. I'm begging for something to change. Epilogue to Revelation. Just as I was about to close the diary, a final entry caught my eye, scribbled hastily in shaky handwriting and stained with what resembled tears. February 6th. I can't feel my hands. I think she's taken them from me. Everything is moving in slow motion, like a terrible dream I can't shake. The others, they're gone. I know where they are. They're watching from the basement, where she confines them. I hear their murmurs echoing in lost time, distant cries rippling through the walls. She's going to come for me soon. Everyone should have listened, but it's too late now. She is watching. She is waiting. This is the last entry I'll make. If you find this, know that it's true. Help me. I dropped the diary, a cold sweat pooling at my temples. It felt as if the walls around me were closing in. My daughter was no longer safe. The babysitter was no figment of a teenage imagination. She was real, lurking within the shadows of our home. And I had to confront her before it was too late. In my gut, I felt the weight of something unnatural. The suffocating awareness that sometimes nightmares don't abide by our definitions of truth. And the helpless realization that I may have already lost everything. Story 12. The mystery behind locked doors. The afternoon sun poured through the dusty windows of my newly acquired Victorian house, casting twisted shadows that danced like specters across the floorboards. I had purchased the place for its charm and potential, envisioning family gatherings and Sunday brunches beneath its grand, sloping ceilings. But during the remodel, I discovered something unsettling. A series of locked doors, concealed behind layers of that dreaded orange wallpaper and dated woodwork. Initially, I dismissed them as a mere quirk of an old house, artifacts of a different time. But as the weeks went by and my renovations progressed, an insatiable curiosity gnawed at my mind. Each door felt like a silent scream, a beckoning to uncover a mystery sealed with rusty locks. My contractor, a burly man named Carl with a gentle demeanor, would often glance nervously at the doors. "Best leave them shut, Jennifer. Some things are better left undiscovered," he would say, his voice gruff yet laced with an unmistakable tremor. As installed wires and removed panels revealed faded secrets about the house, the locked doors became an obsession. My evenings were spent in frustration, a weary mind turning over the options. What lay behind them? Could there be treasures long forgotten? Or perhaps remnants of lives lived, filled with the laughter and sorrow of the families that had once inhabited this stately abode? The week before Halloween, emboldened by a strange desire for revelation, I made my decision. Armed with a crowbar and a hammer, I approached the door farthest down the dimly lit corridor that twisted like an intestines of the house. Only a brass doorknob remained intact, glinting in the half-light, mocking me with its impenetrability. With a swift, calculated thrust of my crowbar, the door splintered and groaned like a dying beast, finally yielding to my persistence. As the door inched open, a musty scent escaped, mingling with the rich aroma of oak and varnish. I stepped into a room preserved in time. Dust motes swirled in the dim streams of light that reached the corners. The room was a small study, cluttered with moth-eaten books and a single desk that seemed to have belonged to someone deeply meticulous. Yellowing papers with flowing script, the ink faded and frail, littered the surface, revealing elaborate sketches of various contraptions. Beneath the sheets, I noticed a hidden compartment, half open. Half open, with a rusted key. I picked up a book, its cover cracked and brittle. The title read The Secrets of the Deep, and as I flipped through its yellowed pages, the sketches began to create a story of invention, of deep-sea diving gear and dreams of mining the ocean floor. It was the life's work of a man named Edgar Wainwright. As I absorbed the contents, admiration mingled with a growing sense of foreboding. Who was this man? Why did he leave behind these remnants of what appeared to be an eccentric passion? And more importantly, why had the doors been barred from the world? Suddenly, the air shifted. The door creaked behind me as though someone had drawn in a deep breath. And for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I felt a presence, an icy hand on my shoulder. I turned sharply, but only the impending darkness of the corridor stared back at me. Shaking off the sensation, I rifled through more papers. A timeline of progress, sketches interspersed with hurried notes filled with signs of desperation. All at once it clicked. Edgar's notes turned dark and chaotic. Paranoia dripped from the pages, phrases punctuated with frantic underlines. They are watching. The sea does not forgive. And I cannot leave the depths. A chill filtered through my spine. There was a fear behind those notes, an unquenchable dread. Gingerly, I returned the book to its place, but hesitated over the key. The way it glimmered in the dim light was almost hypnotic, and against my better judgment, I decided to pocket it. The following night, the wind howled outside, rattling the shutters and whispering secrets of the past. Unable to sleep, I opened the drawer again to the notes and sketches, desperate for answers. My fingertips traced the words, and a sudden impulse surged within me to unlock another door. Maybe the second door held the key to Edgar's madness, the answer to why the other doors had remained shut for so long. I located the next door, a weathered piece of wood with a time-worn knob that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The key turned painfully slowly in the lock, and as I pushed open the door, I was hit with a wave of cold air. This room was larger yet shared the same eerie remnants. A stark, barren space filled with broken diving gear, tangled nets, and other maritime paraphernalia. The center of the room was dominated by a large metal chest, its surface corroded but intact. Drawing closer felt like stepping onto a crucible of history. The hair on my arms stood tall as I placed my hands on the latch. It sprung open with an exaggerated creak, revealing dampened journals. Edgar's journals, stacked atop an array of polished seashells, glistening like jewels in the dim light. As I flipped through the entries, a macabre tale unraveled. Edgar's obsession with the ocean mirrored his descent into madness. He had spoken of voices from the depths, of mermaids that beckoned him, luring him beyond the safety of the shore. By the final entries, legibility faltered as the pages were stained with tears, or perhaps something worse. Ink mixed with the taint of fear. They took her, one entry screamed in desperation. They took everything. A sudden crash reverberated through the house. My heart raced as I turned. My instinct screamed at me to leave. But the lure of discovery kept my feet rooted. Within the glow of a nearby lantern, I caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the study's entrance. I followed it, casting caution aside, urging myself forward into the darkened hall. Edgar. I called out softly, my voice trembling. It was then I noticed. All the doors were now ajar, swinging softly as though animated by an invisible force. I could feel a whispering tide rising. The air grew thick with unspent energy. The passageway before me twisted and turned, leading to yet another door. But this one had no lock. A dull thunk greeted my ears, rhythmic and persistent, as I stepped hesitantly through. What lay before me was haunting. The remnants of a shabby cot, a mirror that reflected only darkness, draped like a funeral shroud, posed a chilling tableau. It dawned on me suddenly. This was more than just a room. It was the heart of his madness. Portrait hung crooked on the wall. A faded painting of a woman, her eyes glistening with sorrow and longing. My own heart sank, recognition snapping into place. The woman depicted shared the same face as the one I had glimpsed in an old time-worn photo from Edgar's journals. They took her, echoed in my mind. A ghost of the past lingered in the air, a specter of tragedy. At the room's center, shards of broken glass crunched underfoot. In the dim light, I felt tears prick at my eyes, unbidden stories swirling about the air, woven into this hushed sanctuary. I turned to leave, throat dry, heart pounding. But something caught the corner of my eye, a glimmer beneath the cot. Bending down, I pried loose a rusted box. It clicked open, and within lay a shimmering collection of pearls, pale white and glistening in the dark. But they weren't pearls. The shapes were eerily familiar, like bone fragments, a macabre reminder of the depths Edgar had sunk to. The whispers intensified, and suddenly I realized they weren't just from the house. The ocean's call had snaked its way into my ear, inching ever closer, promising salvation in return for my own surrender. That night, the rain fell like a mournful dirge, and the walls of the house seemed to close in around me. I locked the doors behind me, sealing up Edgar's chapters of despair. I could feel the weight of his soul pressing upon me, but I also knew that curiosity had its price. Perhaps some doors should remain locked, silent guardians of the sorrowful past. As I tossed and turned amidst the sheets, the ocean's whispers curled around my mind, promising an eternal embrace beneath the waves. In the shadows, I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of Edgar, his eyes sprawling with madness, whispering softly, "Come with me." Story 13. 13. The last delivery. The moon hung low in the night sky, a silvery slice of brightness doing all it could to pierce through the thick, inky darkness that wrapped around the sleepy suburb of Willow Creek. I was finishing my shift as a delivery driver, feeling the occasional pang of exhaustion, but relieved that my route was almost complete. Just a few more packages to drop off, then I could wrap myself in comfort at home. Yet, as I navigated the quiet streets, dotted with cookie-cutter houses, my phone buzzed. Lighting up the dashed outline of an incoming order. A late-night delivery request from a notorious address across town. Curiosity swelled in my chest. The house sat at the end of a long, dimly lit cul-de-sac shrouded in rumors. It was said to belong to an eccentric recluse known only as Agnes, a woman draped in mystery, with whispers following her around like autumn leaves in a brisk wind. They claimed strange things happened within her iron-adorned gates, specters of the past clawing at the edges of her silence. Yet the promise of a paycheck nudged me into commitment. I turned the engine's key with a sigh, already resigned to dusty corners and peeling wallpaper. I plugged the address into my GPS and followed its glowing pathway, even as a rotting chill snaked down my spine. Arriving at the house, the air shifted. The shadows deepened and thickened, almost palpable, as if they were alive, listening, observing. I parked and stepped out, feeling the weight of the night pressing down on me. The door was ajar, swaying slightly with a creaking invitation. Behind my back, my car felt safer than this sprawling, dilapidated mansion. With caution, I approached. I knocked, but no one answered. My heart thrummed erratically as I peered inside, armed only with the feeble light of my phone. The interior greeted me with an unsettling silence, a contrast to my rhythmic breaths and the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Tightly gripping the package in my hands, I stepped over the threshold. Hello? Delivery. My voice sounded small against the cavernous emptiness, echoing off dust-coated walls. With each step, the floorboards groaned beneath me. Shadows flitted and danced as if mocking my trepidation. I turned the corner into a dimly lit living room, adorned with knickknacks and relics, each gathering dust as though the world outside had forgotten the house existed. My eyes caught on a broken chandelier, its crystals dripping with age. And there, on a wrought iron table, sat the package, large, unmarked, and ominous. My fingers trembled as I set it down. Peeking around me, I felt a sudden urge to bolt back to my car. But I hesitated, the whispering intrigue tugging at my curiosity. I forced myself to tear at the edges of the packaging. The sound of rustling paper cut through the silence like a knife. Inside was a scrapbook. My breath hitched as I flipped it open, revealing a meticulous collection of photographs. Each page was neatly organized, filled with images frozen in time, and every image bore one haunting commonality. They were all pictures of me, grinning, laughing, oblivious. Some were taken at local cafes where I often frequented, others from my own front porch, and a few from sidewalks where I walked my dog. Ebon shots of me through the fog glass of my bedroom window. My heart sank as I traced the edges of the pages with my fingertips. What was this? Who was this? The realization that someone close, had been observing me, perhaps even stalking me, jarred my senses. As I flipped through the pages, my palms sweated, knowing that I didn't just have a stalker. I had someone who had invested time in me, someone who had made me their object of obsession. I turned a page, and there it was. An ugly Polaroid attached awkwardly to the scrapbook. My heart crashed in my chest as I recognized the figure standing behind me in the photo. It was a blurred, absurdly contorted face peering from the shadows. Its eyes two hungry orbs watching, waiting with insatiable interest. Scanning the pages hastily, I realized the images had been collected over months, maybe years, and concluded with a final entry. A crisp, printed cutout from a newspaper. One that detailed local sightings of a strange woman looking. I slammed the book shut, my mind racing. The walls felt as if they were narrowing in on me, suffocating the air from my lungs. I turned to flee, but I froze at the realization. Darkness wrapped around the house like a shroud, and I wasn't alone anymore. A shuffling sound erupted from the hallway, light-footed yet ominous, echoing through the silence. Instinct kicked in. My phone. I whipped it out, but no signal. Just an empty battery symbol stared back at me, mocking my desperation. I backed toward the door, my heart pounding so loud I was certain it would give me away. I glanced over my shoulder, confronting the shadow that lurked at the end of the hallway. The silhouette took a step forward into the faint glow of moonlight streaming through the cracks. Long, twisting fingers emerged from the darkness, and the figure rasped, "There's no reason to be afraid. I see you." I fought for composure, telling myself it was merely a trick of the light, but then it spoke again, low, hypnotic. "You belong here, my dear. We will capture these moments together." Shivers spread down my spine as the figure moved closer, and I stumbled back, desperate for a way out. The door loomed above me like a sentry keeping watch, yet every step felt heavy, molasses-thick dread clinging to my bones. With a burst of adrenaline, I lunged toward the exit. I may have thought the door would yield to my urgency, but it stubbornly resisted, the latch clicking loudly in protest as the figure's gaze pierced the air. "It's just the beginning, sweetheart. We have so much to document together." I wrestled with the doorknob as terror choked my breath, hands shaking violently. It finally turned, granting me passage, but just as I broke free into the night, A hand shot out from the shadows, gripping my arm with an iron-like hold. "You can't run from me," it hissed, with a force I didn't know I possessed. I wrenched free, stumbling onto the lawn and sprinting toward my car. My heart thundered, urging me to reach safety, and I fumbled for my keys, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I darted into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut as I locked it. The engine roared to life, drowning out the sounds of my pursuer fading into the night. I peeled away from that cursed place, leaving the darkness behind, with that scrapbook forever etched into my mind. A visceral reminder of the unseen dangers lurking just outside the boundary of safety. As I drove away, I vowed to never return, to never accept a late-night delivery call again. But even then, as I turned the corner in a haze of disbelief, I noticed the silhouette standing at the edge of Agnes' gate, watching me leave. The chill of recognition washed over me, the realization tightening around my throat. The moon hung full above, casting down its gaze like a grotesque witness to the night's events. Little did I know that the scrapbook would not be the last I would see of the paranoid world I had just escaped. The whispers of obsession, once veiled, would find their way back, flickering at the edges of my quiet home, leaving me to wonder each time I heard a rustle, each time the phone buzzed with an unknown number, if I was truly safe, or simply... Story 14. The blood on my clothes. The night air was crisp as I stumbled down the uneven cobblestones of Ravenswood Lane, my breath misting and cold. Laughter and music still echoed in my ears from the bar, intermingling with the distant sound of ravens cawing over the whispering trees. I tightened my scarf around my neck, trying to ward off both the chill and the creeping sensation gnawing at the back of my mind. As I walked, I could feel a strange stickiness against my skin, accompanied by an unsettling warmth that seeped into my shirt. I glanced down, the glow of the street lamps throwing sharp glints off a darkened smudge where the fabric met my collar. At first I thought it was just spilled beer, normal repercussions of a night out, right? But as I lifted the hem of my shirt, revealing a vivid crimson stain soaking through the fabric, my heart began to race. Blood, I whispered to myself, gasped at the possibility. Panic gripped my throat, squeezing tighter with every step I retraced through the suffocating silence of the night. I hesitated outside the bar, the place of revelry, now seeming sinister under the hazy streetlight. The mood had been electric inside, fueled by laughter, drinks flowing freely, and unfamiliar faces swirling together in a molten chaos of joy and exuberance. I could still hear the muted thrum of music ebbing from the door when I pushed it open again, stepping into the warm atmosphere like a moth drawn to an unwitting flame. "Hey, what's up?" Jeff, a friend from college, leaned against the bar, a drink in hand. He looked slightly bleary-eyed, and I couldn't help but think how happy I had been to see him earlier that night. "Did something happen?" "I think something happened," I said, my voice a strangled whisper as I pointed at my collar. Jeff's smile faltered, his brow furrowing as he leaned in closer, inspecting the stain. "That doesn't look good, man. Where'd you get that?" "I don't know," I barked, my voice rising, startling the patrons around us. "I was just here, and then I stepped outside for a moment." Tracing my memories, I could recall snippets. An argument emerging in the dim light outside, loud shouting, and the unmistakable sound of shattering glass. But the details were clawing at the back of my mind, smeared in alcohol and disorientation. "You need to tell someone," he advised, his tone calming yet urgent. "You could be in trouble." Those words prickled at the nape of my neck. The thought of being involved in something dark set my heart pounding in an entirely different way. I stepped outside again, shaking my head as I fought through the fog of my own disorientation. My breath came quickly, enshrouded by the encroaching shadows of the night. I pulled my phone from my pocket and scrolled through my missed notifications. Messages from friends wondering if I had made it home. Each beep of my phone felt like a heavy weight pressing down harder upon my conscience. "No messages," I whispered, pulling my jacket tighter as I crossed the street. That's when I saw it, the alley to my right, shadowy and unwelcoming, but lit just enough by the sickly glow of a flickering street lamp. I had to be brave. I had to find out what was happening. With a deep breath, I navigated to the mouth of the alleyway. As I edged in, the scent of something metallic and stale clawed at my senses, overpowering the musty scent of garbage that littered the ground. My heart lodged in my throat, and I stepped forward into the darkness, courage failing me as I felt those unseen eyes watching my every move. What the hell was I thinking? I muttered to myself, the darkness deepening as I ventured further in. My phone's flickering light barely penetrated the thick fog that curled around the edges of my vision, distorting any semblance of reality I clung to. Then I saw it, a crumpled body lying half-hidden amongst the refuse. The tattered edges of a bloodied shirt, a stark contrast against the mundane backdrop of the alley's filth. Instinctively, I stumbled backward, my breath hitching in my throat as the realization settled over me like a suffocating blanket. I was not just a spectator. I was now woven into this nightmare. "Call for help," a voice echoed in my mind, yet when I reached for my phone, it slipped from my fingers before I could catch it. I fumbled around, fingers shaking as the cold metal clanked against the concrete. As I scrambled to retrieve it, the screen lit up, revealing a series of missed calls from an unknown number. Something stirred in the alley. Swift movement that pulled my gaze. A figure cloaked in darkness, no more than a silhouette, flitted just beyond my line of sight, head slightly bowed, obscured by shadows. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" My voice cracked, fear tightening around my throat like a vice. No answer came, only the eerie whisper of wind sweeping through the alleyway, almost like it was mocking my fear. Then, with a sudden burst of resolve, I turned on my phone's flashlight, illuminating the alley in stark whiteness. The figure was gone, leaving only the echo of my heartbeat thudding through the silence. I staggered backward, breathing hard as I bumped into something cold and hard. A dumpster. I glanced down at the body again, shadows clinging to the contours, hiding the face. But it didn't matter. Fragments of a memory coalesced in my mind, urging me to remember what I had seen. The nearby argument, scuffle, how one of my friends had claimed they were being followed, eyes wide with fear, glancing over their shoulder as though death itself stalked them through the streets. It was only later they had wandered away, when the rest of us had laughed it off, calling it drunken ramblings. No, I muttered, shaking my head as the world blurred again, confusion crashing down like heavy waves. Those familiar faces that had laughed just hours ago haunted me now, their features lost in the murky depths of oblivion. Please. Realization hit me like a dagger. I turned to where I thought the exit was, desperate to escape the night and the horror it harbored. But my feet felt heavy, shackled to the ground as my gaze returned to the body. Who were they? Why were they here? And who had? Help! A scream pierced the night, echoing off the brick walls. I froze for an eternal moment, my heart racing as the sound faded into silence. My stomach churned violently as the taste of bile crept upward. I couldn't do this. I couldn't bear the weight of what I might have wandered into, unknowingly. Then, from the shadows, a chorus of laughter erupted, chilling my blood. It echoed through the alleyways, mocking, consuming, rising to fill the void left behind. This laughter wasn't the vibrant and joyous sounds of my previous night. It felt tainted, turning my stomach as I stumbled backward into the alley. "Hey, you okay?" A voice called out, the laughter morphing into another voice. This time, sounding friendly, but I could taste the irony in the air like rotted fruit. As I turned to follow the voice, I was met again with the horrid sight of the body. The familiar clothing wasn't that my shirt design. And there, beside it, illuminated in the dying light of the alley's lantern, lay my phone. My last connection to the world. I scooped it up, my fingers growing numb as a shiver ran through me. When I looked up again, the shadowy figure was back, creeping closer, its laughter now distant, like a fading echo of what life used to be for me. "Help is coming," I whispered to the void, not knowing if anyone would actually respond. As the darkness closed in around me, I clutched my phone tight, realizing there would be no escaping this night. And whatever sin had stained my shirt would haunt me long after the dawn broke. Maybe helping wouldn't be enough. The blood on my clothes was just the beginning. Story 15. The last words of my friend. The fireflies danced in the humid summer air. After sundown hollow's yearly fair, a shimmering backdrop to laughter that seemed to echo from another world. Layla and I had been inseparable since childhood, our friendship a tapestry of shared secrets, stolen moments and dreams woven under the stars. But that night, July 15th, 2021, would unravel everything I thought I knew. As Lila's laughter rang out, the world spun into a blur of carousel lights and the scent of candy apples. She was breathtakingly alive, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Let's win something," she shouted, tugging at my arm as we approached a shooting booth. Little did I know that soon, I would find myself shooting to the heart of a nightmare. The news hit me hard when it arrived. A staccato of words that felt like a bad joke, a tragic accident. The details were jarring, surreal even. Layla had slipped from the cliff that overlooked the fairgrounds, her laughter swallowed by the abyss below. I couldn't grasp the finality of it. I was still waiting for her to leap from the darkness, to come crashing back into my world with the same wild spirit she had always possessed. Days turned into weeks, but the void didn't get any smaller. My grief morphed into a paralysis of loneliness, a persistent reminder that Lila was gone. Until one night, when my phone chimed defiantly in the dark, I had just turned off the lights and settled into the damp silence of my room, when the screen flickered to life, illuminating my face. I can't breathe. Help me. At first, I thought it was a cruel prank. Sick, twisted joke made by someone desperate for a laugh in the wake of tragedy. I dismissed it, but 2 minutes later, another message popped up. "Where are you?" My heart raced while my fingers trembled over the screen. I was overwhelmed by confusion. I pretended it was a glitch, my mind playing tricks on me in its own spiraling grief. I opened my contact list, blurring through the list of names until I found Lila. Her name still found a way to tug at my chest, but her phone had been locked. The number was dead, and yet those messages spilled forth. "Look in the mirror." I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized it was her number. I could almost hear her voice, the teasing lilt that was uniquely hers. I sat there, paralyzed by fear and haunted by memories, grappling with the unthinkable notion that Lila was reaching out from beyond the grave. A wave of nausea crashed over me, and I stumbled to the bathroom, forcing myself to stare into the mirror. Despite the pleas of disbelief, I was desperately searching for a reflection of her. Perhaps a flicker of her presence. My heart hammered in my chest. As I whispered her name, tears blurring my reflection, The mirror taunted me, distorting my image, mocking my sorrow. Yet I felt a power behind the darkness gathered in my chest, urging me to listen. It was Isabella. She did it. I grabbed my phone, nearly dropping it in a daze. Who was Isabella? The name rang a bell, a silhouette in the back of my mind, a faint recollection from the fringes of our shared memory. I remembered Lila mentioning her before, a bitter undertone to her laughter, an undercurrent of jealousy woven through their interactions. My fingers hesitated as I typed. What do you mean? She wanted me gone. You must find out. I couldn't breathe as her words sank in, the air tightening around me like a noose. Anger suffused my senses. Was this real or a cruel hallucination? But there was something in the way the messages stumbled into my psyche, a whisper echoing through the deepest parts of my memory. Days blurred together in a haze of shock and unanswered questions. Each night brought new messages, graphic fragments of her last moments interspersed with frantic pleas to find the truth hidden beneath the laughter of our town. The cliffs. Isabella took me there. She wasn't who you think she is. Eyes like eagles, so sharp. She watched me fall. I spent hours unraveling the truth, piecing together fragments from memory and whispers, compiling Lila's last days into a timeline with only one egregious twist. What I found chilled me. Isabella had been a close friend but had slipped into a role much darker than any of us ever knew. Her jealousy rotted like a hidden poison, growing and festering until it birthed a malevolent form. The idea that Lila was stealing the very essence of her life. She had blazed a trail of deceit, subtly undoing Lila's world until there was nothing left but a raw edge, an unending abyss. Just as I gathered the fragments, the messages took on an ominous tone, layering themselves in urgency and despair. I'm scared. The truth will set you free, but it will damn me. It was on the evening of the fair's anniversary that I decided to confront Isabella. The creatures of dusk wrapped around me, the stillness thick with portent. I would reverse the events from that fateful night, unearthing the truth, exorcising the demons that lingered. I found her at the very cliffs where laughter had once resided, her silhouette outlined against the sunset, the air thick with memories of Lila. Isabella, I called out, barely able to mask the tremor in my voice. The wind whispered secrets as she turned. Her eyes were stormy, swirling with something that could only be described as malice. I wondered if you'd come, she said, her voice chillingly calm. Did you push her? Did you do this? I spat, the words reverberating with accusation. Her lips twisted into a predatory grin. You don't know what you're asking. She was nothing compared to us. It was like watching a play unfold, and I had to assess her value. You're a monster, I said, interviewing the crescendo of my rage. She stepped closer, the sunlight painting her in shadows. And yet, she thought you were her protector. Did she even tell you about the gift she gave me? A chance to be something more. Something in her shadow was never enough. It was her dream to stand in the light. As I fumbled with the phone in my hand, the glow illuminated the darkening sky, and I suddenly understood the implications of her words. Lila had opened the door to her downfall, and now that gap would never close. You can't get her back. She's gone. Isabella's laughter pierced the cold air, reverberating unsettlingly. But she is still here, in you, in your memories. All you need to do is listen. And in that chilling moment, I turned away. I ran from the cliffs, from the darkness pooling behind me, fighting against the understanding that I was now bound to the truth. The grotesque echoes of a friendship torn asunder. When I finally reached home, The messages came flooding back like a storm. You didn't listen. Now the curse has rooted itself in despair. As I crumpled against the wall, I realized the last words of my friend were not just a farewell. They were a warning, echoing the betrayal that festered in the heart of those we thought we would never lose. But it was too late. Isabella's darkness was already creeping into my soul, wrapping around my heart like entangled vines. I could hear Lila whispering through the darkness, urging me to fight, to remember. But while the night swallowed me whole, I wondered, could I truly escape the web of betrayal before it consumed me too? Story 16. The suspect. The rain fell in steady sheets, tapping against my office window, like the persistent fingers of an unwanted ghost. I just settled down with a lukewarm cup of coffee, the remnants of my lunch long gone, when the case file landed on my desk with an air of finality. It was thick, bulging with documentation, photographs, and a mishmash of handwritten notes that spoke of something more than just a routine investigation. Beverly Wilkes, the widow of a recently deceased politician, had hired me to look into the circumstances surrounding her husband's death, officially deemed an accident. But there was something in her eyes, something feverish, that suggested she harbored doubts. The case had already been declared a closed book by the authorities, and I could almost feel the weight of the currents swimming around it. Secrets were often best when kept hidden. I dove into the case, dissecting every piece of information I could find, reminding myself that my role was to expose the truth lurking beneath the surface. After 2 days of digging through the life of Gerald Wilkes, I discovered a troubling pattern. A professional relationship gone sour, whispered allegations of corruption, and a handful of enemies who could be eager to call it quits with the man in power. It was a tangled web of greed, betrayal, and ambition. As I sat in my cramped office late that evening, the faint hum of the fluorescent lights matched the unease gnawing at my gut. I shuffled through the photographs of a gathering at the Wilkes' estate, trying to draw connections where there were none. In one snapshot, a man in a navy suit and the shadows of a smile stood next to Gerald. I scrolled through my research and stumbled upon his name, Paul Redding, a rival politician with a history of public feuds with Gerald, the kind of rivalry that often ended up in a grave. It didn't take long for my instinct to ignite a flame of curiosity. Within an hour, I was sitting across a table from Redding in a dimly lit bar on the edge of town. I ordered a whiskey, and he ordered nothing. The flickering candlelight seemed to distort his features, stretching shadows across his face that hinted at the burdens he carried. "You think it was foul play?" Redding asked, voice gruff and dismissive, his eyes locking onto mine with suspicion. "I think there's something worth investigating," I responded, leaning an elbow on the table. "Your history with Gerald warrants a look." He leaned back, scoffing at the implication. "I'm a politician, not a murderer. What we had was a competition, nothing more." "Is that so? Your public statements didn't seem so tempered," I pressed, allowing the heat of the conversation to ignite more tension. Redding only shrugged. "You'll find that most families won't shed any tears over their own flesh and blood if it benefits them politically. Look at Beverly. She's as cold as they come." The bartender, a young woman with hollow cheeks and eyes that had seen too much, dropped my drink in front of me, and Redding took the opportunity to slide away, dismissing my presence with a hint of irritation. Yet another thread unraveled before me, but with no clear direction. Back at my office, the shadows loomed as midnight descended, the rain relentless against the window, almost like a warning. I slid the last photograph of Gerald's estate into a folder, clenched my fists, and shut my eyes tight. Distracted, a sense of impending dread grew in the pit of my stomach. The weight of discovery began pressing around me, making it hard to breathe. A soft rapping at my door startled me to attention. I swung it open, greeted by Beverly, her elegance tainted with desperation. Her chic attire hung loosely against her frame, and I could see the remnants of fresh mascara smudged against her cheeks. "I had to see you," she whispered, crossing the threshold uninvited. "You shouldn't be mixing with people like Redding." "Why is that?" I asked, already feeling the tension in the air thicken. "Because he's not what he seems. He's not just an opponent to Gerald. He's dangerous," she declared, her voice quivering. "I have something to tell you, but we need to talk in private." I led her to the back office, heart pounding. She sat on the edge of the chair, twisting her fingers together, and the glint of fear in her eyes sent chills racing along my spine. Gerald was involved with many people who wanted him dead. I had been trying to protect myself from the Emmy and Redding. Her voice broke, as though she battled with her loyalties. "You're not safe either. If you keep pursuing this, they'll come for you." "Who's they?" I pressed, bracing myself against the desk. "I don't know how much I can trust you," she said, biting her lip. "But there's one person in particular. My husband had planned to expose a scandal involving him, a cover-up of misappropriated funds. Redding isn't just a rival. They were in bed together in more ways than one." I could feel the weight of her words drip into the room, heavy and oppressive. Just as I leaned in, wanting to connect the dots before them, the overhead light flickered. My eyes darted to the corner where shadows stretched like tendrils, and I felt the spike of danger race up my spine. Again, that feeling that I was being watched crawled beneath my skin, as I sensed the presence close by. Out of nowhere, a loud crash echoed from the outer office, followed by the hollow clatter of falling frames. I grabbed Beverly and dragged her to the back door, urging her to stay quiet. We barely opened the door when a figure bolted through. Massive. Dark. Panic radiating from every movement. It was Redding, and he looked like the devil on the run. "Get out of here," he shouted, pushing past us toward the exit. "Stop," I yelled, catching him by the arm. In that instant, he twisted, pulling a dagger from his coat in one swift motion. The blade glinted ominously under the pale light, and instinct kicked in. I lunged, half tackling, half pushing him back. Beverly screamed. In the chaos that ensued, the dagger went flying, clanging against a metal shelf and thudding to the floor. Redding, enraged, staggered back, but before I could take a breath, he dashed toward the room's open window and jumped out, vanishing into the heavy rain. "Are you okay?" I turned to Beverly, her face pale, eyes wide in horror. But before she could answer, she gasped, dropping her gaze to the floor where a glint caught my eye. A polished cufflink, Gerald's. With my heart pounding, I realized all too late. The threat wasn't just Redding. It was the very woman who had come seeking my help. She was tied too deeply into her husband's web, holding secrets more dangerous than I first believed. The rain continued its relentless drumming outside, echoing my internal dread. In that moment, I understood I had become more than a seeker of truth. I had become a pawn in a deadly game that had only just begun to unveil its gruesome layers. Story 17. The Strange House on the Hill. The first time I laid eyes on the house, it was love at first sight. A quaint Victorian structure standing proudly atop a hill, cloaked in a lush cover of ivy and framed by sprawling oak trees. The paint, faded turquoise, chipped and peeling in places, told me it was older than I could ever fathom. A character that could whisper stories of a time long past. With every scrutinizing detail, I felt an inexplicable connection to the place, as if it had been waiting solely for me. Moving from the bustling city into a quieter life was a dream I had cradled for years. I was eager to escape the chaos, and this old house seemed the perfect sanctuary. But as the sun dipped below the horizon on my first evening, casting eerie shadows across the room, I felt the chill in the air seep through the wall. I brushed it off as nothing more than a draft, the result of old windows. I had yet to learn that not all whispers carried friendly intentions. As I unpacked, I could hardly shake off the rising tension palpable in the room. I noticed the old shutters, their paint long faded, swaying slightly with each gust of evening wind. Outside, the sounds of the forest, distant croaks of frogs and the rustle of nocturnal creatures, turned ominous as the darkness deepened. Villagers had told me not to wander up the hill at night, but I brushed off the warnings as superstitions. A mere story meant to scare children. After all, I had chosen this place to embrace my solitude. That first night, sleep eluded me. The silence was thick, heavy, and even as I lay beneath the quilt I had brought from my grandmother's home, the flicker of candlelight danced across the walls, illuminating strange markings etched faintly into the wood grain. Arcane symbols that shimmered with unspoken histories. I could have sworn I heard a soft whisper echo through the hall. When I strained to listen, the silence enveloped me once more. Days turned into weeks, and while I settled into a routine, unexplained phenomena continued to plague my thoughts. Sometimes I'd encounter cold spots that sent shivers racing down my spine. Shadows flickered at the corners of my vision, but whenever I turned to investigate, nothing would remain. The locals were polite yet oddly evasive whenever I inquired about the house past. It was as if they had all made a pact of silence, sharing knowing looks that hinted at unspeakable truths. One rainy afternoon, driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to pry further into the mysteries of my new home. Rummaging through the attic, I could barely see through the cobwebs that swayed with my every step. That's when I found it. A tattered journal hidden beneath a rotting floorboard, the leather cover cracked and dry. It seemed untouched by time, as if waiting specifically for someone to uncover its secrets. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, its ink faded yet still legible. The entries documented life within these walls over a century ago, detailing the fierce love story of Eleanor and Thomas, the house's last owners. Their passions, dreams, and sorrows poured from the pages, interwoven with the increasing dread of an impending tragedy. One entry stood out, a desperate fragment speaking of a darkness that loomed, a curse involving unwelcome guests who lurked in the shadows. Eleanor's words grew frantic, revealing the house's disturbing secret. The couple had shared the home with a malevolent entity, a sinister force that fed off their anguish. According to her account, this presence took on a form, preying on fear and uncertainty. There were mentions of bizarre happenings. Mirrors cracking spontaneously, children's laughter echoing from empty rooms, and strange symbols appearing overnight, similar to the ones I'd witnessed in the wooden beams of the house. I felt a chill crawling up my spine as the final entry revealed the fate of the couple, a heart-wrenching conclusion intertwined with a warning. Beware of the darkened figures that roam the hall at night, for they are drawn to the misery within this house. As I read those words, I glanced at the window and noticed the rain was no longer falling. The storm had ceased, but the atmosphere had thickened with an almost palpable tension. Once night fell, the air felt different, charged with an ominous energy. I was gripped by both dread and defiance. Did I truly believe that something sinister lurked in the shadows of my new sanctuary? I had to know. As the clock struck midnight, I steeled myself. I grabbed a flashlight and ventured into the long, narrow corridor, the beam illuminating the old portraits hanging crookedly on the walls. The figures portrayed in the frames seemed to glare at me, accusing me of trespassing into their forgotten realm. I had anticipated the cold spots and uncanny sounds, but nothing could have prepared me for what awaited in the living room. As I shuffled forward, A reverberating hush enveloped me, swallowing the sounds of the world outside. The sudden rush of icy air made my breath hitch in my throat, and that's when I spotted them. 3 figures standing in the far corner as if waiting for the perfect moment to reveal their intentions. Translucent and ethereal, they flickered like candle flames, dark tendrils trailing behind them in the darkness. My flashlight flickered, casting erratic shadows on the walls, but the figures remained clear and distinct. One of them, a hollow-eyed woman with a haunting smile, extended her hand toward me, as if beckoning me forward. Panic coursed through me, and I darted towards the exit, heart pounding in my chest. As I stumbled down the hill, I felt a tightness around my throat, as if spectral fingers closed in to ensnare me. The chill of night seeped into my bones as I turned back to gaze at the house. Its windows flickered like hungry eyes, casting a faint glow that tinged the night, and the figures remained just beyond the glass, watching my every move. The following morning, I woke in a cold sweat, convinced it was a nightmare, yet the haunting feelings lingered. I could no longer ignore the ominous warnings. Determined, I reached out to the villagers, finally finding a woman willing to share the town's lore. Her weathered face reflected the burden of many secrets. The house was built upon dark ground, she confessed, voice trembling. It was a place of rituals and sacrifices. Eleanor and Thomas were not the first to suffer. Their tragedy was just the beginning. She paused, her eyes scanning the empty street as if fearing eavesdroppers. If you do not leave now, you may never return. Those words echoed magnificently in my mind as I packed my belongings. The house had lured me in with its charm, but I now understood the dangers lurking within those aged walls. Before the sun set, I slid the last box into my car and cast one last glance at the house. It looked serene, innocent, even. But I knew better now. As the road twisted away from the cursed hill, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there they were, the figures, standing on the porch, their hollowed eyes dark voids in the fading light. They would haunt me for as long as I carried the memories of that evening. The house that wasn't merely a structure, but a hungry entity waiting for another soul to consume. The lesson learned was too late, but it echoed tirelessly in my mind. Some houses are better left unexplored. Story 18th, the appointment that changed everything. The sun dipped below the skyline, casting long shadows across the city streets as I approached the sleek glass building that housed my therapist's practice. It had been 6 months since I'd started seeing Dr. Melissa Graves, and I had come to cherish these moments of introspection. Before therapy, my life had felt like a fragile glass bauble, beautiful but perilously close to shattering. Inside the calming confines of her office, I was finally beginning to put the pieces together. As I stepped into the cool, air-conditioned lobby, I exchanged polite nods with the receptionist, who was absorbed in her computer screen. My shoes clicked against the polished marble floors, a sharp contrast to the silence that enveloped the space. I walked to Dr. Graves' office, where I was greeted by her warm smile and inviting demeanor. There was always something soothing about her, her long, chestnut hair framing a face that reminded me of an autumn afternoon, both soulful and mysterious. "Great to see you again," she said, gesturing for me to take a seat on the plush-worn couch that had housed countless anxious thoughts before mine. The session continued as it always did. She asked about my week, the thoughts that spiraled in and out of my mind, and I poured my heart out as I navigated the treacherous waters of my past. I felt safe there, but as I talked about my childhood fears and the mundane details of my adult life, I noticed a flicker of something in her eyes. Curiosity? Concern? I couldn't quite place it, and for the first time I felt my words hanging in the air, laden with significance. As I left her office and stepped back into the bustling world outside, I didn't think much of it. What was a simple exchange of thoughts about my mental health? Just another day, another session, I reasoned. But the following week, after returning home to my one-bedroom apartment, I found an envelope tucked beneath my door. Its contents were disconcerting. The letter contained a detailed account of personal struggles I had shared only in the sanctuary of Dr. Graves' office. It was as though someone had been lurking in the shadows, noting every fear, every doubt. I know what you fear. You hate confrontations, but you're faced with them every day. I felt icy fingers crawling up my spine. My breath quickened as I flipped the note to search for a signature, for a clue. Nothing. Just a blank page, leaving me confused and frightened. Against every inclination to dismiss it as some cruel prank, I carefully tucked it away, hoping it would somehow disappear from my mind. The next session, I brought it up. Something strange happened, I stammered, explaining the letter. Dr. Graves' expression flickered with something I couldn't decipher. Alarm, concern, maybe even skepticism. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, she reassured me, though her voice carried an undercurrent of tension. Take it easy. Focus on what you can control. But she didn't know, I realized, that it was impossible to ignore those words. They gnawed at the edges of my sanity, creeping into my mind and transforming once comforting shadows into predators. And then, it happened again. The following week, another letter arrived. This time, it detailed a memory from my childhood, a particularly traumatic incident involving my older sibling that I had buried long ago beneath layers of hurt. Your brother broke your porcelain doll. You cried for hours, feeling betrayed. It still haunts you, doesn't it? My heart raced. Had someone from my childhood resurfaced to torment me? Was it a family member, a friend, or perhaps a distant acquaintance who had stumbled upon my sessions and felt some warped sense of delight in tormenting me? With each passing week, the letters became darker, increasingly invasive. They painted vivid pictures of my life, including snippets of my therapy sessions. I felt trapped, ensnared in this sinister web of observation. Fear seeped into every facet of my existence. I kept my door locked at all times, and even during the day I felt as though eyes were watching me. Hidden behind every curtain, lurking in every shadow. Once, I considered confronting Dr. Graves about my fear, but dread choked me. What if she was involved? What if she had betrayed my trust? It was a thought that roiled in the pit of my stomach like bile. In desperation, I turned to the online forums to find solace, sharing my experience with others who had endured similar fears. But solace was a fleeting promise cloaked in uncertainty. Their stories echoed my own, and soon each detailed thread felt like a mirror reflecting my own torment. Weeks melted into one another, and I grew increasingly paranoid. Simple tasks like grocery shopping morphed into episodes of sheer terror. I'd scan the aisles, convinced that someone was lurking among the shelves, scribbling notes. Each peering glance, each accidental brush with another shopper sent me spiraling. I found myself jumping at every sound, every gust of wind against my apartment's walls growing louder and more oppressive. One night, consumed by insomnia, I made the reckless decision to rummage through old family albums, searching for clues, for anyone who might want to hurt me. As I flipped through the pages, a familiar face emerged among the joyous family gatherings. My brother, unrecognizably older now, but the same boy who tore my dolls apart so long ago. The boy I had once loved, fiercely and lost to the depths of our own childhood dramas. A photo caught my throat, the warm glow of a memory suddenly hollow. I stared, angst mingling with realization. He had always known me deeply, hadn't he? What if he was sending the letters? 1,000 emotions washed over me. Betrayal, love, horror. My phone rang. the shrill sound slicing through my thoughts. It was Dr. Graves. "I need to see you," she insisted, her voice edged with urgency. "No." Arriving at her office, I felt suspended in a fog of anxiety. The clinic was dimly lit, the usual buzz echoing in the stale air, rendering it as eerie as a graveyard. "Come in," she urged, leading me to her office with a furrowed brow. Closing the door behind me, she beckoned me closer and asked. Before I could open my mouth, she pressed on. "Someone is monitoring you. I found a hidden camera in the office. We've been compromised." Her voice trembled, and my blood ran cold. A sense of betrayal washed over me. "What?" I stammered, shocked. The world around me felt like it was crushing in. What had begun as a safe haven was now tainted with danger. "What do you mean?" "I'm worried. Someone is using your therapy against you," she replied, her hands gripping the seat of her chair. "Together we need to take action." But the thought of facing this unknown aggressor felt insurmountable. My heart was a wild drum in my chest, pounding with the realization that my safe space was no longer mine. Just as I began to unravel the terrifying implications of her words, another revelation struck me, the sound of paper rustling behind the soundproofed walls. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat, then turned, body tense. The walls had ears, and the lurking figure had revealed itself, not on the outside, but from within. "I know what you fear." The voice echoed from somewhere beyond, a rasping whisper slipping through the walls. "I've always known." In that moment, the appointment changed everything. My safety, my connections, my trust. I was no longer the therapist's patient, but a pawn in a sinister game that threatened to swallow me whole. The lines blurred around me, and the labyrinth of my mind became the true horror. In a world where I was meant to heal, I found myself ensnared in a vicious cycle of manipulation, leaving me to question not only who my real enemy was, but also whether I could ever truly escape. Story 19. The Silent Neighbors. From the moment I moved into the quaint suburban neighborhood of Birchwood Lane, I couldn't help but notice the peculiar presence of the house next door, nestled beneath an overgrown canopy of twisted oak trees. The old Victorian facade leaned slightly to one side, its paint peeling like the skin of an aged and forgotten relic. The Thompson family had lived there for decades, but their existence had become an eerie spectacle of quietude. I often imagined them as characters trapped in a melancholic play, their lives enveloped in silence. As I settled in among the cheerful chatter of neighbors and the clamor of families with children, the Thompsons remained a distant curiosity, a specter behind heavy curtains and clouded windows. Their yard, a disheveled mess of weeds and rusted lawn furniture, stood in stark contrast to the manicured lawns that flanked either side of our respective plots. The single flickering light in the upstairs room each evening was the only acknowledgement of their presence. It blinked as if it were a pulse, weak but persistent, and I began to anticipate its predictable rhythm as I wound down each chaotic day. Then one weekend, an unsettling hush descended over the Thompsons' house. It was the kind of silence that prickled against the back of my neck and hung heavy in the air like smoke, a silence that demanded attention. I couldn't brush it off, no matter how hard I tried. The light in the upstairs room had flickered out completely, and no sounds emerged from within. No laughter, no arguments, no cascade of footsteps wandering through their dim corridors. I felt as if the walls were pressing in on me, a cloying shroud suffocating my thoughts. Curiosity gnawed at me. The longer their silence lingered, the louder it echoed in my mind. I could only imagine the ghostly stories that lay behind the stillness, the secrets concealed behind those unyielding walls. With each day since the Thompsons had sealed themselves off from the world, an oppressive unease coiled tight within me. I resolved that it was time to pay them a visit. On a Sunday afternoon, after the hours of silence draped over my existence, I finally mustered the courage to step into the unknown. I grabbed my jacket and watched through my porthole as I made my way to their doorstep. The winds whispered secrets around me, but I brushed them away like unwanted cobwebs and approached the rickety wooden door, half entrapped in shadows. My heart thudded in sync with each step I took, thumping with the unrelenting rhythm of dread. The door creaked open as I knocked, the sound echoing through the stillness like an ancient phantom voice. Instinctively, I called out, "Hello? Mr. Thompson? It's Jessica from next door." Silence hung between my words. Suffocating, oppressive silence. I hesitated, feeling foolish for knocking. But then, against my better judgment, I pushed the door ajar and peered inside. The interior of the house greeted me with an engulfing darkness. All steeped in shadows that darted away from the sun like frightened children. Dust motes hung in the air, filtering the beams of light that dared to breach the threshold. I stepped in hesitantly, each footfall a question mark echoing into the void. The smell of something rotting clawed at my nostrils, curling my stomach into knots. "Is anyone home?" I called out again, my voice trembling. The response was chilling. Something slithered behind the walls. A shudder of movement that left my skin crawling. I didn't belong here, and every instinct screamed for me to run. Yet, the unyielding curiosity within me pushed me deeper into the house. The parlor was filled with dust-covered furniture, overstuffed armchairs with faded upholstery, and an antique lamp suspended at an odd angle over an end table that held a collection of yellowed trinkets. A single photograph caught my eye, standing alone on the mantel, surrounded by layers of dust. I approached it, mesmerized, and as I wiped away the years of neglect, I saw the three Thompsons. A mother, a father, and a girl who looked close to my age. Their smiles seemed unnaturally wide. Their eyes brimmed with a jubilant malevolence that sent a shiver through me. Then a sound, a soft, rasping whisper dripped from the depths of the house. It reached my ears and snaked around my heart, pulling me towards the darkened hallway. The decor was reminiscent of the macabre, portraits of the Thompsons that seemed to watch me as I traversed the space between them. With every step, the whispers became more articulate, weaving tethered threads of conversation laced with sorrow and despair. "Help us." It ebbed, the plea punctuated by the echo of my own apprehension. Who needs help?" I stammered hesitantly, my words swallowed by the encroaching shadows. I turned to flee, but something gripped my ankle. I stumbled, falling to the ground, and a cold dread washed over me as I gazed down to find a thin strand of something dark and sinewy coiling around my leg. Through sheer willpower, I pulled myself free and darted back toward the door, but it slammed shut with a thunderous clap, trapping me inside. I pressed my palms against the aged wood, trying to shove it open, but it held steadfast, as if the house itself were alive, enjoying my panic. "Helpless." The voice echoed again, and I looked up to see a shadow slipping into the light of the hallway. My chest tightened as the figure emerged from the gloom. A gaunt woman, with hollowed cheeks and sunken eyes. Her hands clawed like talons against the wall. The remnants of her former self seemed to flicker in and out of existence, nothing more than a dreadful memory writhing under the weight of time. "Please. They are keeping us here," she rasped, her voice a dried whisper, winded and filled with despair. "You must let us out. They won't let us go." Who's keeping you?" I gasped, inching back against the door, overwhelmed by her specter that seemed to grow in size as her eyes bore into my soul. The figure rose slowly to her full height, her form trembling, every sinew of her being straining against the suffocating grip of the house. The walls have ears. They listen to everything. Bolts of terror shot through my veins. My heart thundered in my chest, and before I could process the weight of her words, a cacophony of sound erupted from the walls. It was as if the very house was alive, groaning and creaking under the strain of centuries of suffering. The photographs fidgeted in their frames. The paintings clustered along the walls shifted as tormented faces morphed and twisted. A gallery of horror rising up to consume me. "Run!" she hissed through clenched teeth, and I felt the tether of fear yank at me. "Run!" With every ounce of strength left in me, I lunged for the door, scrambling to avoid the sheets of shadow that lunged from the corners of the room. I slammed into the door, the wood finally giving way as the grip of the house loosened, allowing me escape into the world outside. A world pulsing with life and the sounds of neighbors going about their daily routines, completely unaware of my torment. As I stumbled onto the lawn, gasping for breath, I dared to glance back. The front door remained ajar, swaying eerily on its creaky hinges, but all was silent once more, a haunting silence that wrapped around the house like an unwelcome embrace. My heart sank as the weight of the encounter settled. The Thompsons had vanished into the folds of their own dark reality, and I no longer found comfort in my blissful ignorance. No longer could I dismiss the whispers that meandered through my dreams at night. The world around me was blissfully unknowing, but I was forever marked by that encounter. Their shadows lingered, not just on Birchwood Lane, but in the corners of my mind. The clawing hands of the past, the desperate plea for freedom, echoing in eternity. I would never find peace in the silence of the Thompsons, nor could I erase the torment scrawled in the tapestry of that decrepit house. It served as a chilling reminder that sometimes what lies behind closed doors is far more horrifying than any nightmare. Story 20. The package I didn't order. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in molten gold and deepened shadows. My heart raced as I threw open the door to welcome the day's end. There it sat, a box, brown cardboard, unmarked and unassuming. My initial thought was of packages misdelivered, but my fingers trembled as I reached for it. Ever since the strange occurrences began, unexpected calls in the dead of night, footsteps imprinted in freshly fallen snow, leading away from my door. It felt like I was being watched. An unseen eye had taken pleasure in my fear. Curiosity outgrew my caution, and despite every warning bell echoing in my mind, I dragged the box inside. It felt oddly heavy, as though memories long buried lay hidden within. I stood on the kitchen table and stared at it, my pulse quickening with each passing second. The air was thick and taut, charged with the scents of cedar and something else. Something stale and foreboding. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and pulled at the tape, which whispered like a mournful spirit as it peeled away. The fabric of my childhood unfolded before me, a faded photograph, a small blue teddy bear with one eye missing, and a yellow diary with my name scrawled like a ghost in the spine. These were relics not easily recalled, a haunting reminder of my past that I thought I had left behind. The photograph showed a younger version of myself, smiling with bright eyes in our old backyard, a smile that chilled my veins when the memories rushed in, my laughter echoing against the backdrop of an ancient oak, the one my father swore would outlive us all. But then a sharp pain of loss twisted my heart. It was the last good memory before everything spiraled into chaos. The day I learned that my house was not my home, that the shadows contained secrets I was too naive to grasp. I picked up the teddy bear, its worn fabric carrying the scent of decades past. It felt inexplicably familiar, and for a moment, I was that little girl again, hugging it tight through the storms of my youth. But that feeling quickly morphed into revulsion. Why was it here? Why now? With trembling fingers, I opened the diary. As I flipped through the pages, my heart sank. The entries chronicled my life with unnerving precision. My first crush, my birthday celebrations. The jotted notes pried open wounds I had thought long healed, but interspersed within the happy snippets were chilling lines, like whispers. She doesn't know I'm always watching. I nearly dropped the book as icy tendrils of fear wound around my spine. The realization struck hard and cold. Someone had been stalking me. Someone who knew my life better than I did, who had watched me like prey, biding their time, writing my story in the margins of their own twisted narrative. Each entry grew darker. Hints of a man lurking at the edge of my world. Shadows trailing behind me. My hands shook as I pored over the words, grappling with the sinister notion that I had been in danger for longer than I could comprehend. A gut-wrenching dread began to settle in my stomach. I flipped frantically through what remained, desperate for clarity, and found a final note hastily scrawled on a blank page. The cursive was almost elegant in its madness, and it read startlingly clear. "I'll be waiting, Charlotte. You can't escape your past." My name. My true name, one rarely uttered since my father had disowned me. It felt like a noose tightening around my throat, constricting as panic surged through me. Suddenly, the sound of a muffled thump from outside jolted me from my spiraling thoughts. I looked toward the window, heart hammering wildly. The once muted dusk danced with shadows stretching like fingers clawing their way toward me. I reached for my phone but paused, knowing that it couldn't save me if pain had come to claim me. Determined to know who this person was, I forced myself to turn back to the box, my heart a wild beast thrashing within its cage. Perhaps there was more information I could gather to help me understand. I rifled through the contents, my hands trembling with dread and anticipation. The last item clinked softly against the cardboard. A silver locket, tarnished yet glimmering, inviting the curious touch of my fingertips. I opened it slowly, my breath hitching. Inside were two photographs, one of me as a child, the other, the image of a man I did not recognize, a ghostly figure whose eyes pierced through the surface of the photo, boring into my soul. Staring at that photo was like peering into an abyss. The man was older than I was now, perhaps in his 40s, with graying hair and a sardonic smile that twisted something deep within me. Who was this? My pulse quickened as a thought crept into my mind. What if he was the one who had been watching me, an audience to the theater of my life? The walls felt like they were closing in, and I staggered back, clutching the locket as I retreated into the shadowy recesses of my kitchen. Desperation clawed at my insides. I had to escape. I couldn't linger here, waiting for some phantasm to claim me. Rushing into the living room, I grabbed my keys, but in my frenzy, I nearly stumbled. The front door stood ajar. The gentle evening breeze ruffled the hair at the nape of my neck, making me shiver. I realized with mounting horror that I had left the door open. The outside world, full of mystery and danger, was waiting. Just as I started to move, a figure tall and ominous appeared just beyond the threshold. My breath caught in my throat. Recognition stirred a primal fear. It was him, silent as a shadow. He seemed to materialize from the very structure of our old neighborhood. My mind screamed for me to react, to run somewhere, anywhere. "Did you like my gift?" He spoke, his voice low and smooth, echoing the nightmares I had fought to escape. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, the kind that seemed to mock the dread radiating off me. I instinctively stepped back, my hands fumbling behind me to grasp at something solid, anything for protection. My dreams of safety shattered, leaving me exposed, raw. "I have been waiting a very long time for this moment, Charlotte," he continued, stepping closer. "I've watched you live your life, but I've never seen you truly understand your past. Until now." He stepped over the threshold. I could see now the softness of his eyes was countered by an unsettling glint. Obsession brewed within the depth. "Please, don't come any closer," I whispered, fear cracking my voice. Recognition flooded my senses alongside despair. Like an animal caught in a snare, I was trapped between the fight of survival and the instinct to flee. But as I opened my mouth to scream, the shadows converged around me, tightening their grip. This was a game far darker than I had acknowledged, and in that moment, all I could hope was to escape it. A past clawing its way back, determined to reclaim what it had lost. A deep breath filled my lungs. Maybe I could turn the tide back in my favor, but the question hung heavy in my mind. Would I be enough to break free from the chains he had wrapped around me? Or would I find myself ensnared in his web? With a sudden rush of adrenaline, I bolted, racing down the hallway. A burning sensation igniting my legs as fear propelled me forward. The door leading to my escape loomed ahead, and I wouldn't let the shadows claim me now. Not without a fight. Story 21. The Lye Soap Maker. The scent of lavender and rosemary hung thick around my grandmother's kitchen, where the afternoon sun streamed through the small, dusty window overlooking the overgrown garden. I had always found a strange comfort in the ritual of soap making. It seemed innocent, a simple blend of lye, fats, and fragrances producing fragrant bars that would last us months. My grandmother had passed away a year ago, leaving behind her house, her garden, and the rich aroma of her creations. As I prepared to clean out the cellar, a task I had been avoiding, curiosity ignited within me. While sifting through the debris of years gone by, cobbled jars of herbs, flickering candles, faded photographs, I stumbled upon a worn and tattered leather-bound book. It was hard, weathered at the edges, but there was an aura of hidden knowledge about it that pulled me closer. I cracked it open, the spine creaking, and scanned the neat, cramped handwriting. The first few pages were filled with recipes I recognized, mixtures of beeswax, olive oil, and essential oils. But then I stumbled upon a page that sent a shiver down my spine. At the top, in bold letters, read, "The Perfect Lye Soap." The ingredients seemed benign initially. Then, there was a sequence that demanded, quite starkly, a purification offering. I squinted at the faint ink, suddenly feeling the weight of an oppressive atmosphere churn around me. What did she mean by an offering? The explanations that followed warped the benign task I thought I knew into a sinister practice. In order to create a soap of true purity, the instruction continued. The maker must harvest the essence of one who has been wronged. Blood tied to familial bonds must seep into the mixture, lest the creation be tainted. Frozen, I read and reread those words, disbelief clashing with a dawning horror. This was absurd, I told myself, but the house creaked, the air thick with the echoes of the past, urging me to dig deeper. I flipped through the pages frantically, revealing sketches of the lye creation process, with one particularly gnarly illustration at the end depicting a dark figure with hollowed eyes hovering over a cauldron, a human silhouette below marked with a cross. I slammed the book shut, my heart racing. My grandmother had always been somewhat of an enigma, a woman of secrets. never imagined our family lineage was bound to this twisted legacy. Gripping the book tightly, I descended the stairs to the musty cellar that had often frightened me as a child. I felt that somehow the darkness lurking here might hold more of my grandmother's secrets. The cellar smelled faintly of mildew and dust. A single bulb swayed gently from the ceiling, casting eerie shadows against the stone walls. Shelves overflowed with forgotten jars of herbs, dusty bottles of oils, and tools that had once been used in friendly neighborhood potions. My breath caught as I noticed a dark wooden chest tucked in the corner, its surface marred with scratches and rot. Compelled by a force I could not fathom, I knelt beside it, my fingers trembling as I lifted the latch. Inside, I discovered a collection of small, heart-shaped vessels, each one ornately decorated with what appeared to be strange symbols. I picked one up, feeling its coolness against my palm, and noticed a dark, viscous liquid sloshing inside. My fingers trembled, but some inexplicable urge drove me to pop the lid, the foul stench escaping the vessel and clawing at my throat. A gust of wind howled through the cellar, nearly knocking me off balance. I recoiled, kicking the chest shut. What did she do? I muttered, a shiver racing down my spine as the realization hit me. These vessels, I recognized the shape, the strange markings. It was as if I was looking at forgotten vessels for blood. Panic surged within me and I stumbled back into the kitchen, dropping the book and sending it fluttering to the floor, pages splaying open unnaturally. I needed to purge myself of this knowledge, to dismiss my grandmother's sins as nothing but the remnants of nonsense that old women cling to out of habit. Yet, the shadows flickered just beyond the kitchen door, and the air grew oppressive. That night, I lay awake in her old bed, unable to shake the horror of what I had unearthed. I could almost hear her gentle hand stirring the cauldron, whispering incantations into the bubbling mixture, while the candlelight illuminated her determined visage. Was I next? Would I be inducted into this horrible legacy? The dreams began the following night. Cocooned in soft blankets, I found myself standing in the garden, the moon looming large, filling the landscape with an ethereal glow. The air was heavy with the scent of fresh lavender mixed with an underlying metallic tang. I wasn't alone. I could feel a presence. A figure loomed just out of sight, whispering words in a language I could not comprehend. The moonlight glinted off its hollow eyes, and I instinctively knew it was connected to the vessels in the cellar. The offerings etched into my grandmother's recordings. Each night the figure came closer, and whispers turned into shouts, clamoring for their essence. Their offering, "Your blood is the key," it rasped, its voice echoing through the trees. "You must make the soap. You too will be free if you offer that which was taken." After several sleepless nights, my sleep-deprived brain could begin to reason. Maybe this was just a manifestation of my anxiety, a genetic curse perhaps, but fear clawed deeper into my mind, screaming that I had inherited something menacing. If my grandmother truly asked for a sacrifice, and judging from the vessels she had, then what did that mean for me? Driven by despair and dread, I rummaged through the leather book, hoping to find a way to sever the bond to this horror. The pages seemed to twist and writhe as if alive, urging a cursory glance back to the recipe for the lye soap. One entry unveiled an alternative, a countermeasure against the darkness that tethered me to the deaths that came before me. Purifying the essence requires a proper redress, it detailed. Drop a single tear into the mixture, and with it, free yourself of the burden. It felt absurd just reading it, but hope flickered. That night, when the moon rose again, I gathered the lye and fats, preparing the boiling cauldron while reciting a chant I had found hidden in the margins of the book. The oppressive silence of the cellar surrounded me as I worked, layers of anxiety lifting momentarily as I poured the fats into the swirling pot. But right as the moment passed, I remembered the vessels. Their contents had to be destroyed, the offerings. My hands shook as I opened the chest, the scent of blood choking me as the darkness seeped into every inch of the cedar wood. An encounter with unspeakable horror pulsed through my veins, and I could feel the phantom touches of the wronged souls clinging to me, desperately seeking retribution. With trembling hands, I poured the contents of the vessels into the cauldron. The boiling mixture frothed violently. My grandmother's whispers now screaming in resistance. "It is too late," they echoed. But I didn't stop. I rushed toward the kitchen window, staring into the shadows, dancing just beyond the glass. Breathing heavily, I lifted the pot and let my tears fall, mingling with the concoction below. They dropped like glistening diamonds, mingling with the boiling lye and fat, and a cacophony of anguished wails erupted. Suddenly, the figures darted away from the window, banished by the spiritual energy that surged and refracted through the shimmering mixture. A vortex pulsed with energy, and shadows slithered into glassy tendrils, transforming the oppressive darkness into raw light, and then silence. The cauldron settled, the furious energy waned to a calm tranquility. Straining my ears, I caught wisps of my grandmother's voice, singing gently, as if she were at peace. I poured the liquid soap into molds, feeling lighter with every scoop. The air was fresher now, laden with lavender and rosemary, without the metallic tang. Once the bars cured, I let them sit beneath the sunlight, a gift for the family haunted by the past. They would be cleansed, the family cycle would close, and it would end with me. My grandmother made soap in her own way, but now I too would become the lye soap maker. My own legacy forever altered. Story 22-2. The Hidden Diary. The attic was a realm of shadows, piled high with memories that had long gathered dust. As I ascended the rickety ladder, its wood creaked like old bones protesting against the inevitable wearing of time. Sunlight fought its way through the small attic window, pouring over the clutter like an unwelcome visitor illuminating hidden truths. My heart raced with a mix of nostalgia and trepidation as I surveyed the artifacts of my family's past. Tarnished photo frames, moth-eaten coats, and yellowed newspaper clippings that threatened to whisper secrets from the grave. It was amidst this tapestry of forgotten lives that I stumbled upon a small leather-bound diary, its cover marred by wear and age. There was something magnetic about it, an inexplicable pull that compelled me to slide it from the pile. As I brushed off the dust, I recognized the familiar scrawl of my mother, whose neat handwriting was at once a comfort and a disquieting reminder of her absence. She had passed 2 years ago, leaving behind a silence that swallowed our home. I had spent hours sifting through her possessions after her death, but this diary had somehow escaped my notice. With trembling fingers, I unclasped the diary, its latch clicking shut like a trap snap. The first page bore the date, scrawled in a hurried fashion. April 15th, 1985. Each entry read like a passage from a secret world, one that unfolded in fragments, each more unsettling than the last. "I can hear them again at night," she wrote in that first entry. "The whispers beneath the floorboards seem insistent, demanding to be heard." I thought it was just my imagination, perhaps the house settling like old bones, but I can see reflections staring back at me from the dark. "I've never told anyone." Chills prickled my skin as I continued reading, her words spinning a web of intrigue that ensnared me deeper with each line. My mother, the stoic matriarch, had always been a beacon of strength. I could hardly reconcile this fragile person describing fears concealed beneath layers of resolve. She spoke of the truth lurking just behind the facade, hinting at family secrets that twisted through generations. As I flipped through the pages, the entries grew darker, recalling hushed conversations exchanged with hushed breaths. "I saw that old photograph yesterday," she wrote in a trembling hand. "The one of great-grandma Lillian. There's something about her eyes. Fake the feeling that she's looking through me, judging." Incredibly, it dawned on me that many of my childhood fears, the flickering lights in empty rooms, the echoes of laughter morphing into cries, could have been rooted in my family history. It was all becoming too vivid, too intricate. I was piecing together a puzzle that had evaded me, a narrative that spoke of betrayals and shadows that loomed much larger than I could have anticipated. Days turned into nights as I devoured the pages of my mother's hidden life. Each entry became a descent into a family spiral of torment. She scribbled about visits from strange figures who seemed out of place, about vivid dreams that left her waking in cold sweats, and the feeling of being drawn to the attic's heart, a locked trunk that she never dared to open. The echoes of our lineage weren't just a murmur. They were a cacophony, each voice searching for emancipation. Then, one entry struck with raw, painful clarity. Today, I finally took the courage to open the trunk. I shouldn't have. Inside lay letters wrapped in yellowing ribbons. But there were also photographs I've never seen. Snapshots of gatherings filled with shadowy figures. A cold wave washed over me. The legacy? What could it be? The diary turned into a lifeline and a noose as I navigated the uncharted waters of my family history, each entry dragging me further into the waters of despair. The idea began to take root in my mind that my family was entangled, not just in trauma, but decidedly in something darker. An inheritance of malice, perhaps, as my mother had hinted at. As I continued reading, my mother's paranoia intensified. "The shadows are growing closer," she wrote one evening. "No longer whispers. They ask my name and tell secrets that shouldn't be shared. I have begun to recognize faces in the dark reflections, but I can't place them. There's something about my past, something I am missing, a puzzle piece that slips away like smoke when I reach for it." The more I read, the more I understood that her words weren't just echoes of her mind. They were cries for understanding, for sanity in the face of an unraveling family lineage. My hand shook as a nameless fear began to bubble, taking shape in the corners of my consciousness. I realized I had unfinished conversations awaiting me, the questions that needed answers, lingering with the weight of generations. That night, the storms howled like banshees outside my window, aiding the growing dread that crept through the air. I could still hear my mother's voice echoing through time, her once comforting voice reduced to a haunting familiarity that stirred from the pages of the diary. What if I dared to confront those shadows she had feared? In a fever dream, I found myself standing before the attic door, propelled by forces I couldn't name. Heart pounding, I turned the knob and felt the heavy air pressing against me, leaking down through family history. The trunk awaited me, a symbol of all that was hidden. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, every creak of the floorboards amplifying the spine-chilling silence. The trunk loomed before me, locked but seeming to hum with restless energy. I could almost hear my mother's voice, a gentle yet insistent whisper compelling me to open it. But as I placed my palms against its weathered surface, I hesitated. A gust of cold wind passed through the attic, chilling me to the bone. The shadows seemed to gather around me like sentinels. I could feel them, watching, waiting. Their secrets intertwined with mine, a web of darkness stretching through generations. Fingers trembling, I unlatched the trunk, and the lid swung open with a groan. A suffocating scent of musty air surged out, mingling with something faintly metallic, as if the trunk had absorbed resentment over decades. Inside, layers of silk and letters buried like the dead were uncovered. But it was the old, crystalline vial that caught my attention. A small, clear bottle containing a swirling darkness that seemed to shift with its own life. Suddenly, the shadows around me surged, whispering half-forgotten names, beckoning me to understand, to join them. My heart raced as laughter echoed in the corners of my memory, bringing intense clarity. It was my family, entwined with dark power, a vicious cycle of betrayal that had been buried, but never buried deep enough. "This belongs to you," the shadows whispered in harmony. And before I knew it, I was drowning in the choice my family had once faced: to embrace this violent legacy, or sever the ties that bound generations in darkness. As the diary slipped from my fingers and fluttered to the ground, I understood my mother's fear. I could feel the weight of interwoven lives close around me, threatening to engulf my very being. I took in one last trembling breath as I stared deep into the swirling darkness of the vial, ready to confront the fears echoing through my lineage. I was prepared to face the horror that beckoned, to unearth the roots of the betrayal buried underneath our family ties. At that moment, I became more than a witness. I became part of the cycle, a choice awaiting reclamation, an inheritance forged in shadows that begged for the light. Story 23. The Twisted Game. The glow from the single candle flickered ominously, casting shadowy shapes that danced across the walls of the cramped living room. It was one of those chilly autumn evenings, where the air outside was sharp and biting, making the warmth inside seem inviting. My friends, Elena, Marcus, Sophie, and Jake, were stretched across the modest furniture, their laughter competing with the thudding bass of a distant Halloween party. We were gathered for what was meant to be an innocent gathering, one filled with board games and nostalgia. Elena, ever the planner, jokingly suggested a series of games that claimed to test our bonds. Come on, how well do we really know each other? She smirked, flicking her hair back. The gleam in her blue eyes was playful, promising an evening of harmless fun. Or so we thought. With the dim light and warm atmosphere, we settled around the coffee table, cluttered with snacks and drinks. The first couple of rounds were filled with laughter and banter. Simple questions fired like bullets, favorite movies, childhood nightmares, silly crushes. It was nostalgic and filled with the pleasure of recalling shared memories. But as the clock neared midnight, Elena produced a worn-out deck of cards. Each one bore a strange symbol: a crooked spiral, jagged lines, and eerie illustrations that seemed to twitch under the light. "What's that?" Jake asked, eyeing the cards with a mix of curiosity and unease. "A game I found online," Elena chirped, her excitement infectious, despite the unsettling design. "It's called The Twisted Game. It's meant to reveal dark secrets if you let it." "Sounds stupid. Let's stick with charades," Marcus said, but his voice held less conviction as he poured another glass of wine. Sophie shrugged. "I'm in. What's the worst that could happen?" With that, we drew from the deck one by one, each card revealing a dare or question. The atmosphere shifted, the playful camaraderie slowly dripping into something more tense and serious. The first few dares were innocent enough. Dance like no one's watching, call in a childhood crush. But soon the questions grew darker. "Who is your biggest regret?" Elena asked after Marcus drew a card with a grotesque illustration of a skull with vines creeping from its eye sockets. "We're getting too deep for a fun night, aren't we?" Marcus chuckled nervously, but we all sensed the shift, the atmosphere thickening as he shifted in his seat. "Just answer," I urged, not wanting to break the flow. With an embarrassed cough, Marcus shrugged, then muttered, "Carla." The name hung heavy in the air, cutting through the laughter like a knife. We all turned our gazes towards him, the implication thick with tension. He shifted again, eyes darting around the group, but no one pressed him for details. The game continued. Jake drew next, a wicked grin spreading across his face before he read. Name one secret you've kept from the group. His brow furrowed slightly as he looked around the circle. Come on, Jake. We don't have secrets. Sophie giggled, but the laughter seemed brittle. I've cheated on the test last semester, he admitted, sheepishly, the collective tension slightly easing. But I could see more than embarrassment in his eyes. A hint of fear, perhaps. Or maybe... The game continued, and the questions morphed into tests of loyalty. Who do you trust the least in this room? Sophie asked, scanning our faces. The joke was turning sour, the thrill of the game growing oddly unsettling. I can't choose, Jake stammered, his laughter strained. Maybe it's time you did. Elena pushed, her smile now a bit too tight. The laughter subsided, replaced by an uncomfortable silence. It felt wrong. This wasn't just fun anymore. A wave of dread crashed over me as I realized we were peeling back layers better left untouched. And then, it was my turn. I drew a card, feeling a chill prick at the back of my neck as I read it. Choose someone to betray. A lump formed in my throat. I didn't want to play this game anymore. My eyes flitted around the room, landing on each face. Elena's eager gaze, Marcus's apprehension, Jake's defensive posture, and finally, Sophie, who looked genuinely concerned. It's just a game, right? I stuttered, but my voice echoed louder than intended in the oppressive silence. Whoever you choose has to face a consequence, Alina added, her voice silkier, now bordering on a hiss. I scanned the faces again, feeling like I was standing on a precipice, the abyss swirling below me. I can't. This isn't fun anymore. Suddenly, Marcus rose from his seat, the anger bubbling beneath his calm exterior evident. He leaned closer. You're going to let fear control you. You need to make a choice. It's the game, or walk away. The air was electric, crackling with the charge of unspoken resentment and barely controlled emotions. The game morphed into a battleground where vulnerabilities were exploited without regard for friendship. I chose on a dare. What are you afraid of? Jake spat, his frustration peeking through. Stop it. This isn't worth it. I shouted, but my heart raced as I gripped the card tightly. Then maybe you don't belong here. Sophie's voice was barely above a whisper, but it hit like a striking blow that knocked the breath out of me. And just like that, the reality hit. Some things were never meant to be unveiled. Not on a dare, not in a game. In that moment, it dawned on me. This was about more than trust. It was about survival. I choose Elena. I murmured, the words more painful than I could have predicted. The silence thickened as the room collectively inhaled, all eyes on her. You can't, she yelled, disbelief flashing across her face, but I could see a flicker of anger beneath her hurt. Then, what do you want from me? I replied harshly. You all pressured me into this. As the room spiraled into chaos, voices clashed and twisted emotions sprang forth. Meanwhile, the flickering candle cast grotesque shadows that twisted and warped like the very secrets we were unleashing. Friendships cracked, old rivalries resurfaced, and the room descended into cacophony. Accusations, belittlements, and truths burst forth like too much air in a balloon. At last, popping a delicate facade. Suddenly, the lights flickered out, plunging the room into inky darkness. What the hell? Marcus shouted, but the confusion only amplified the rising panic. In the darkness, emotions quickly became the monsters. The swirling shadows of distrust fed upon everything beneath the surface. I heard the sound of the chairs scraping against the floor as bodies jostled to find some sense of comfort in the chaos. And then, just as quickly as it had gone out, the lights flickered back on. Ice gripped my heart when I glanced at the table, where the cards had vanished, leaving us baffled and breathless. Elena glared at me, her expression a storm of betrayal and fury. "You wanted to play a twisted game. You got it," she hissed, glaring daggers as the reality of the fractured evening began to settle over us. The candle dripped ominously, the wax pooling dark and thick. We were trapped in a spiderweb of broken trust. The very game designed for laughter and light had twisted into our worst fears. The night spiraled out of control, and the line between friend and foe blurred. As I looked into her eyes, a part of me knew we would never be the same again. The game had warped into something that transcended simple betrayal. It became a mirror reflecting the distorted truths we were too afraid to face. The candle flickered one last time before its flame danced into oblivion, leading us to finally confront the darkness we had allowed to flow between us. Story 24. A note in my pocket. The January air bit into my skin as I stepped out of the cramped coffee shop onto the bustling street of downtown. The steam escaping my mouth like the sigh of a burden finally lifted. It was one of those rare days where the sun pierced through the overcast gloom, invigorating everything it touched. As I trudged along, clutching my warm coffee to ward off the creeping chill, I felt a sense of optimism bubbling within me. Today, I told myself, would be the day I finally moved on. But that illusion was shattered when I reached into my coat pocket for my phone. Instead of the familiar dull rectangle, my fingers brushed against a piece of paper. Curious and slightly agitated, I pulled it out and unfolded it, revealing a note that was ominously simple in its message. I haven't forgotten. My heart raced, thumping loudly in my chest like a war drum. The ink was scrawled hastily, the words jagged as if written in a frenzy. The note was a direct blow to the fragile peace I had painstakingly constructed around myself over the years. My thoughts raced back to the shadows I thought were lingering behind me. Things I had buried deep, suffocated beneath layers of guilt and remorse. I stood frozen on the sidewalk, shoppers bustling around me, laughter mingling with the grating sounds of the city's underbelly. I glanced around as if expecting someone to step forward, smirk knowingly, and claim authorship of the chilling message. My stomach knotted as paranoia curled its tendrils around me, filling me with a sense of impending doom. Who could have sent this? How did they know where to find me? The past had its talons sunk deep into my psyche, since that dreadful summer night, like a ghost, stubbornly refusing to pass on. It lingered. 5 years ago, my life had irrevocably changed. Then and there, I had made a decision that settled like a dark cloud over my soul. I had once been a different person, someone untainted by fear and regret. Yet one choice had shattered everything, carving a darker version of myself from the remnants. I remembered the cool, still night when I had driven down the winding road, the headlights slicing through the fog like a knife. In the back seat was my best friend Sarah, her laughter bright and carefree, unaware of the darkness that awaited us. A split-second decision, a detour on a whim, and life as we knew it unraveled. The screech of tires, shattering glass, and that gut-wrenching silence when I looked back. She was gone, swallowed whole by the very shadows I now sought to escape. I shook my head, banishing the memory like a specter that had clawed its way back into the light. Not now. I had crafted a new life in the years since. Friends, a job that didn't remind me of pain, and a therapist who assured me I was healing. But that note, the simple phrase, fish the old scars into a twisted display. I took a deep breath and decided to walk to the park. Fresh air and the gentle rustle of leaves might clear my spiraling mind. As I strolled, my thoughts continued to dance around the note. My hands trembled as I folded it and stuffed it back into my coat pocket. A dark secret now tightly sealed alongside my fears. The park was a sanctuary. It was where I had first felt a glimmer of hope after everything fell apart. Children played and couples strolled, their laughter a sharp contrast to the shadows clawing at my mind. I found a bench and sat down, hoping to drown out my worries in the moment of normalcy surrounding me. But the exhilaration of the moment blurred when my gaze fell upon a figure. Pausing a distance away, an unfamiliar silhouette dressed in dark clothing, their eyes hidden behind the brim of a black hat. I squinted, wondering if I was imagining things. A glint of recognition sliced through the fog in my mind, igniting old memories that set my heart racing. I felt the world start to tilt as the figure took an uncertain step forward. As they drew closer, I could see their face, an expression I had long tried to forget etched into their features. It was Marcus, a distant part of my past I had fled from. I had once called him a friend, but after that night he had morphed into something darker, an embodiment of my fears. "Maya," he said softly, his voice a ghostly whisper that clawed at my sanity. "I never thought I'd see you here. What do you want?" My voice wavered, suddenly dry in my throat. "I just wanted to talk," he replied, glancing around as if we were conspirators in some foul act. "I got your note." My heart sank. The confrontation I had dreaded was now real. "What do you mean? I didn't send you anything." "Not that note," he retorted, stepping dangerously close. "The real one you sent 5 years ago." I felt the ground fall from beneath me. "What are you talking about?" "4 words, Maya. I haven't forgotten them." The world blurred around me. It felt as though the air had thickened with charged emotions and unspoken horrors. I pulled my coat tighter around me, an attempt to shield myself from the reality crashing down around us. "Why are you here?" I whispered, almost afraid of the answer. "I came to remind you," he said, nostrils flaring with a raw breath. "You thought you could just walk away? You think you can just forget?" I bolted from the bench, adrenaline surging through me. I had to get away from him, from the memories. I dodged through the throng of oblivious parkgoers, my heart pounding in rhythm to the song of my torment. But he followed, feet pounding behind me like the relentless echoes of the past. I burst into the streets, the city a hazy blur as I dashed for safety. I stumbled into an alley, pressing myself against a cool brick and staring back at the entrance, breaths shallow as I tried to steady myself. The shadows felt deeper here. It was an illusion, but the grip of fear tightened around me. I rummaged through my pocket, fingers brushing the note that seemed to taunt me with its presence. In that moment of solitude, I made a decision. I could run forever or face this nightmare head on. I could not let the past dictate my present any longer. Clutching the note tightly, I stepped out of the alley, ready to confront Marcus once and for all. As I emerged, I was hit by a chilling realization. There was no longer any escaping the battle I had tried to elude. "Listen," I called loudly, my voice fierce as I scanned the street, trying to find him. The shadows gathering like wolves, anticipating the hunt. "If you want to talk, let's talk." The city continued to bustle, but around me, time felt suspended, the intensity magnifying with each breath. This was it. No more running. No more hiding. And in that moment, I realized the truth. It wouldn't just be a fight with Marcus. It would be a confrontation with the darkest corners of my past. A battle for the soul of who I truly was. I could either drown in the echoes of that dreadful night, or face them, armed with the hope that one day I would emerge whole. With renewed resolve, I took a deep breath, ready to reclaim my life once and for all. The note burning in my coat pocket as a reminder that the past would never really be gone. But I could learn to live with it. Story 25. The photograph. The late afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a golden hue over my grandmother's cluttered attic, illuminating the forgotten relics of a life once vibrant. With the death of my estranged grandmother, Edna, I felt an unexpected rush of responsibility, a strange mix of obligation and curiosity shrouding me in a somber blanket. I never knew her well. The last time I visited her was years ago, though the tales my mother spun about her and her questionable affiliations were enough to keep me away. A labeled box marked memories caught my eye, and my hands trembled as I reached for it, unaware of what awaited me inside. As I pried open the lid, a musty odor wafted up, bringing with it memories of the past that I had long repressed. A disorganized jumble of yellowed papers, kitchen utensils, and dusty knickknacks sat inside, all suffocating under a thick layer of neglect. It was an eerie collection. Every item seemed steeped in an otherworldly energy, tinged with secrets my family never discussed. Among the jumble was a stack of photographs. My heart raced as I thumbed through them. Most were mundane snapshots of smiling faces at family gatherings and vacations, long forgotten. But one photograph, framed in chipped wood, caught my breath. Its sepia tones blended into the ochre background, an eye-catching silhouette that drew me in like a moth to a flame. I removed it from the pile and examined it closely. It depicted a gathering in a vast, ivy-covered hall. The people in the foreground were unfamiliar. Men in dark suits, women clad in long, flowing dresses, though something about their expressions seemed off. They bore sinister smiles, their eyes glimmering with a fervor that set off alarm bells in my mind. Their joyous laughter seemed twisted, like something insidious lurked behind their revelry. However, it was the background that truly held my attention. My heart dropped as I recognized the unmistakable silhouette of my own figure. I stood there, a small child no older than 7 or 8, peering out from behind a thick pillar. My frame was shrouded in shadows, and though my face was turned away, I could feel the grip of anxiety clutching at my throat. How did I not remember this moment? Questions flooded my mind like a deluge. What was I doing there? Why had no one ever spoken of this gathering? Slowly, I turned the photo over, hoping for some semblance of context, perhaps a date or a name. Instead, it was blank, a stark void that only deepened the mystery surrounding my grandmother. The sinister aura of the photograph lingered in the air as I walked through the narrow halls of the attic, clutching it tightly to my chest. The photographs warped my perception, challenging my understanding of our family's history. Had my grandmother truly been involved in something nefarious? The voice inside my head whispered dark truths, while I racked my brain for recollections of her. Days turned into nights as I continued to immerse myself in my family's history. I combed through dusty scrapbooks, old letters, and journals. Each page peeled back layers of a past I wasn't prepared to confront. There were vague references to the coven of eternal light, endless invitations, and an assortment of incantations penned in my grandmother's fragile handwriting. My fear morphed into a grotesque fascination as I realized she had participated in rituals beneath the pale light of the moon. Dark ceremonies whispered about in hushed tones. A sense of dread filled my stomach, twisting it like a snake. My mother had always spoken of our family as if they were a normal, albeit eccentric, clan. Yet here lay evidence to a legacy of darkness, a hidden lineage that was deeply entwined with the chilling photograph's origin. The more I researched, the more certain I became. We were entangled in something sinister, something that should remain buried. I returned to the attic night after night, studying the strange gathering's composition. anxious to discover if any other familiar faces lurked within the sepia hues. But each examination left me hollow. The faces of men and women blended into a haze of memories, taunting me as if they'd leap off the page and envelop me in their malign presence. One evening, engrossed in my search for answers, I felt a shift in the air around me. The musty whispers of the attic evolved into a chilling wind that chilled me to the bone. It was as if the dark energy from the photograph seeped into the room, swirling around me like a heavy fog. Without warning, I heard a soft whisper calling my name. My heart raced, and my skin prickled as I spun toward the source of the sound. Nothing but shadows greeted me, but the whisper persisted, closer now, echoing through the corners of the attic. Leah. It had a seductive quality that beckoned me, urging me to succumb to its allure. Who's there? I called, my voice quivering. My instinct screamed to run, but an unseen force held me still. And then the flash. Memories cascaded through my mind like turbulent waters. Moonlit incantations, cloaked figures, and those eager faces surrounding me, urging me to join their dark revelry. I could see it all. Their fervor, their delight when they'd coaxed my youthful spirit into their wicked games. Join us, Leah. The voice twisted into something sinister, a symphony of whispers that wrapped around me like chains, binding me to the shadows of the attic. It pulled me toward the photograph, drawing me in. I could feel my pulse racing, each beat resonating within the cold walls of the attic, beating a primal rhythm of desperation and dread. Without knowing how, I found myself back at the photograph, staring into the faces of those who once smiled at me, eager to incorporate a child into their dark fold. I could sense it. I was no longer just an observer. I was tethered to their history, a legacy that sought to return, unearthing itself through the portal of that very image. I felt myself slipping away. The shadows pulsed, and the air thickened around me as the whispers became a deafening cacophony. Remember, remember. The photograph pried open the door to a memory, long suppressed, a sinister embrace that threatened to engulf my soul. With a surge of adrenaline, I wrenched myself away, slamming the frame down onto the dusty floor. It shattered. The pieces scattered like fallen leaves, the atmosphere dissipating back into stillness. I fell backwards against the wall, desperate gasps escaping my lips. The whispers dulled to an echo, leaving me trembling in the dim light of the attic. As I gathered myself, I understood. I had stumbled upon more than just a photograph. I had unearthed a piece of myself that I could never discard or deny. The legacy of the coven of eternal light was entwined with my blood, a heritage of darkness and mystery I had to confront. I vowed to uncover the truth of the cult, not just for my sake, but for those who had come before me. It was time to begin my own journey, a search for meaning, a descent into the heart of a family legacy, steeped in shadows. The photograph, though shattered, would no longer haunt me. Instead, it would serve as my guide, as I resolved to venture into the depths of a history as dark as the starless night above. A journey far from over.